you very much, Troy. Let's come to order, folks. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our Tuesday, September 10th Board of County Commissioners Land Use and Public Hearing. Time now is 2:55. Apologies. Thank you all for your patience. And if you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, turning to the county attorney for certification of the agenda.
Yes, sir. The county attorney's office reviewed all items on the agenda. The board has appropriate jurisdiction over all items, and where necessary, appropriate posting and notice has been provided.
Thank you, Counselor. Turning back to the board, commissioners, do you have any disclosures for items on this agenda?
I have none, thank you.
So my only disclosure is I have had many people come up to me and want to talk to me about the last item on today's agenda, the Pine Canyon Plan Development. And I have told all of them I am not allowed to talk about this topic. So I just want to put that on the record that I've had a lot of people call me, I've had a lot of people try to talk to me, and I've been very clear that I am not going to talk to anybody about this topic, and I have not.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I, on the other hand, do have a disclosure to make on item 3E. Commissioners, I have already cast a vote on this matter prior to becoming a Douglas County Commissioner during my duties as a member of the Castle Rock Town Council. I've been tracking for a while and discussing with staff as well as legal staff about the likely need for me to recuse myself from this vote. During that time, of course, the applicant has done their homework. They have reviewed that vote, and they have also asked for my recusal on this matter, which I do intend to honor. As commissioners, I must say, I probably am not unbiased on this matter. So I will be recusing myself on item 3E. With that said, let's go on to the land use meeting agenda items, which we have none. So we'll be getting right into our public hearing agenda items. First item is County Line Storage Plan Development. It's a rezoning. Project file is ZR 2021-004, and this continued. We do have a request to continue this to September 24th. Mike Pasica presenting for staff.
Thank you, Chairman Teal. Mike Pasica representing Planning Services, and this request is from the applicant to continue project number ZR 2021-004, the County Line Storage Plan Development rezoning from the September 10th, 2024 BCC hearing, which is today, to the September 24th BCC hearing at 2:30 p.m.
All right, thank you, Mike. Any questions from the board for Mike, or would we like to take action on the request to continue?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to continue the County Line Storage Plan Development rezoning project file ZR 2021-004 to September 24th, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. Any need for discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That item is continued to September 24th, 2024. Our second item is second and final reading of ordinance number O as in Oscar 024004, adoption of ordinance number Oscar 024-003, an ordinance for the regulation of traffic and parking, repealing all ordinances and resolutions in conflict therewith, and providing penalties for violation thereof. Sergeant Jeffrey Burke, Douglas County Sheriff's Office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sergeant Jeff Burke, Patrol Division, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. As you're aware, this is the second presentation for this required ordinance. It is to replace the model traffic code ordinance that's currently in place, 020001 to incorporate all the changes that have taken place in the last 5 years, or 4 years, 2020 to 2024. The Colorado Department of Transportation created a new model traffic code. This ordinance is to adopt that one and rescind the previous so we can stay current with the rest of the state.
All right, questions for Sergeant Burke?
I have none. We've already been through this on our first reading, and I am fine with it.
Commissioner?
Likewise.
And same here. I'll go ahead and open it up to any public comment on this second and final reading of this ordinance. Is there anyone who'd like to make public comment on this ordinance? I am seeing none in the room. Troy, do we have anyone online who would like to make public comment on this ordinance?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment for this item.
All right, thank you, Troy. Commissioners, what is the pleasure of the board?
I have a motion to approve a second and final reading of ordinance number O-024-004, adoption of ordinance number O-024-003, an ordinance for the regulation of traffic and parking, repealing all ordinances and resolutions in conflict therewith, and providing penalties for violation thereof.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any need for discussion? This is our second reading. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that ordinance is adopted on second and final reading. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you for your staff and leadership for being here and introducing this to the board.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is subdivision improvements agreement and intergovernmental agreement for Sterling Ranch, filing number 5C, First Amendment, Douglas County, project number DV 2024-204, Bradley Jackson, PE, Development Review Supervisor, and you are not Bradley. Go ahead, Brett, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This item and the next item are presented as one, two separate items, but will be presented together. In consideration of time, I'm going to do an abbreviated presentation. The project before you, Sterling Ranch, filing 5C, First Amendment, project number SB 2024-022. As part of this presentation, staff will also provide information on the subdivision improvements agreement, intergovernmental agreement for 5C, First Amendment. Request is for approval of a minor development final plat consisting of 109 residential lots, 14 tracts, and associated public roads and private drives on 12 acres within Sterling Ranch PD. Should the board find that the approval standards for the minor development final plat are met, the following proposed conditions should be considered for inclusion in its motion. Condition number 1, prior to the board's action on the final plat, subdivision improvements agreement, intergovernmental agreement for filing 5C First Amendment shall be approved by the board. Condition number 2, prior to recordation of the final plat, private telecommunication easements shall be recorded and reception numbers noted on the final plat exhibit. Condition number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, technical corrections to the final plat exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 4, prior to approval of the site improvement plan, the applicant shall provide payment in the amount of $750 per multifamily dwelling unit to the Douglas County School District for capital mitigation. Condition number 5, prior to approval of the site improvement plan, applicant shall provide payment to Douglas County for the pro rata share costs towards improvements to the state highway system in accordance with the commitments set forth in the Sterling Ranch PD. And condition 6, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. The SIA-IGA that accompanies the minor development final plat is a three-party agreement between the county, Sterling Ranch Development Company, and Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board. Brad Jackson with engineering is available if you have specific questions on the agreement. This concludes presentation on the minor development final plat for Sterling Ranch filing 5C First Amendment and the SIA-IGA. 2 motions are necessary from the board. The first motion would be made for the SIA-IGA, followed by a second motion on the minor development final plat.
All right, thank you, Brett. Appreciate it. Questions from the board for staff?
I don't have a question for staff. I do have a question for the applicant after their presentation.
Noted, Commissioner. We'll make that happen. Commissioner?
I'll reserve my questions following the applicant's presentation.
And I, too, will reserve any questions after the applicant's presentation. At this time, the applicant is welcome to approach and present. And Commissioner, if you could please give us an introduction of who you are, who you represent, and then you may begin.
Thank you. Susan Beckman, Beckman. I'm the Entitlement Director for the Sterling Ranch Development Company, 8155 Piney River Avenue, Suite 200, Littleton, Colorado, 80125. I want to thank the commissioners, Chairman Teal, Commissioner Thomas, Commissioner Layden, for taking your time this afternoon to hear our land use case. I also want to thank the Douglas County Planning Staff, Public Works and Engineering for their professionalism and public service. It has been a pleasure to work with them. I'd like to take a moment to just introduce our team. Brock Smethels, President, Sterling Ranch Development. He'll be virtually joining us. Kevin Jonk, Director of Engineering, Sterling Ranch Development. I'd also like to introduce our consultants. They are here to take technical questions and to make sure that you have all the information that you need to make a sound decision to support this project. With us today is Caitlin Sheehan, Professional Engineer, Kimley Horn, Cassie Slade, Principal, Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, and Curtis Davidson, Senior Landscape Architect, PCS Group. We're going to do a little bit of an abbreviated presentation today, but I do want you to know that we have our experts to answer technical questions. Brett, maybe you could just drive it. Thank you. The Sterling Ranch Plan Development was approved in 2013, as you all know. Since that time, Sterling Ranch has become a vibrant, safe, and popular community. In fact, we're the #1 best-selling master plan community in the entire metro area for the 4th year in a row. We currently have 2,429 units plus 239 occupied apartments with our new Alliance project, and so that means we have over 8,000 residents. We are around about 20% build out, and we have 20 more years of development. Here are some pictures of our townhome stock in Sterling Ranch. We have Dreamfinders and Tri-Point. We're going to be talking about townhome development today. The minor development plat approval process is required for 5C First Amendment to establish water supply, set density, approve infrastructure for 109 townhomes on the site we're going to be talking about. On this site, the lots conform in size, and we meet the character zone requirements in Sterling Ranch PD, and we're not asking for any additional density. The Douglas County staff report for this project identified no outstanding issues. All referral comments have been addressed. The subdivision improvement agreement, which we had as an item also. Construction documents and technical studies, including construction plans, traffic impact analysis, drainage report, cultural resource study, and others have been found acceptable to the engineering department and our critical partners. Last month, the Planning Commission approved our plan and our project unanimously. The 5C First Amendment minor development plat for 109 townhomes is located in the heart of Sterling Ranch. It is at the east of the intersection of Waterton Road and Roxborough Park Road. I don't believe the point. Oh, there we go. So Roxborough Park Road, Waterton Road. It is a small parcel buffered to the east and west by beautiful single-family occupied homes and also lots that are currently being finished for single-family homes. To the south, 5C Lot 2 is known as the Alliance Project, which the Planning Commission and the BOCC approved a few years ago for attainable multifamily units. The Alliance Project introduced Sterling Ranch to attainable living, and we are excited to move forward with our goal to provide a diversity of housing in Sterling Ranch for workforce housing, for entry-level positions for law officers, and for teachers. As you see, there's a long list of approval processes that preliminary plan 5 has gone through with final plat 5A, 5B, minor development 5C, and this will be the last of the land use applications to finish up preliminary plan 5. And also 5C is connected to Burns Park at full build out. That will be about 150 acres of park dedication. I want to talk a little bit about the Larry D. Moore Water Treatment Facility because it was mentioned regarding compatibility for the site improvement plan in the staff report. To the east of this parcel is the Larry D. Moore Water Treatment Facility. This treatment facility is a partnership between Roxborough Water and Sanitation District and Sterling Ranch. The facility disinfects renewable raw water from the South Platte with ultraviolet light to provide drinking water to Sterling Ranch homes. The treatment plant was the first water treatment plant in Colorado to receive 100% of disinfection credits using ultraviolet light instead of chemicals. The building on this site are one-story, low-profile red brick buildings that include a small brick ranch caretaker's home. The design is compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. There is no outside treatment, and through referral, we had no comments from the community. A majority of the regional infrastructure projects have been approved with past filings and are already built or are currently being built. The site will have 2 primary transportation access points. Ordway will go to Middle Fork and down to Waterton Road, and then access on Arista Street that runs north and south through Lot 1 and Lot 2.
Pardon me. Folks, please silence your phones. Continue, Commissioner.
Chairman. Arista Street from Lot 1 to Lot 2 and connects to Waterton Road. The sanitary sewer will tie to Lot 2 sanitary sewer infrastructure that is currently being built, and then will connect to sanitary sewer main on Waterton Road. So we've got Arista, we've got the sanitary sewer that is, I think that's almost finished, that's being built. Stormwater detention and water quality treatment will be provided via the proposed pond with Lot 2. The proposed pond will discharge stormwater to East Willow Creek, so everything is going to the west. And then, of course, we've talked about Burns Park, this lovely open space and park that connects and really wraps around the 5C First Amendment. All necessary services are provided with 5C First Amendment. All required documentation to serve the filing with water from Dominion Water and Sanitation District through the Sterling Ranch Metro District Community Authority Board have been signed and are in your submittal. So there's a commitment to serve letter, and there is a will serve letter and a water packet. The Colorado State Engineer has confirmed that there is adequate renewable water supply for this proposal, and that is also in your packet. South Metro Fire will provide fire service. Douglas County Sheriff will provide police protection and emergency services. Excel is the regulated utility for 5C and will provide electricity and gas. Lumiere Fiber will provide extremely fast and dependable internet for the community. And Douglas County School District will be the education provider. And we have a positive letter of referral from them. I usually go down this list of compliance. We meet all and exceed all the approval criteria, but since the Planning Commission has voted unanimously to support this, the staff report is clean and you're going to have a pretty long evening. I would just like you to pick and choose if you have questions regarding compliance that weren't answered in your pretty comprehensive staff report and packet. Sterling Ranch is supportive of the 5 conditions of approval that were outlined by Mr. Thomas. And I want to thank you for your time again today, and I'd like to ask you for the support of 5C First Amendment. It's a great project, and it's great to be able to provide 109 townhomes to the community. Our townhomes are like our #1 seller, and we're going to open it up for your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, questions from the board for the applicant.
Ms. Beckman, I'd like to thank you for speeding it up and not going through everything. You've sat on this side, so you understand why we need to go quickly here. My only question, when I read through the whole packet, there is a letter in the file from the Roxborough Village First HOA that has concerns about emergency evacuation, schools, and the wastewater treatment capacity. Do you know what letter I'm talking about? It's 49 out of 105 in the packet. I'm just wondering if you have addressed the concerns with the HOA.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Those are the same concerns that the HOA has had for probably the last filings, preliminary plans, and so we always try to, not dealing directly with the HOA because that is not the process. We answer those questions through the referral comment questions. As far as the school district goes, we have a positive referral letter from the school district. We work very closely. We're supporting the bond issue, and we're really hoping to get a new school. If we don't get a new school at Sterling Ranch, we're really hoping to get a charter school in the next year because the number of children that we currently have there meets the needs to have a new school. As you know, Highlands Ranch, or the school district, has a lot of underperforming schools, and so there is capacity, but we would love to have a school in Sterling Ranch. The other issue was evacuation. As we did the grand opening of Waterton Road last year, one of the things that we noticed right away was about 1,600 cars were taken off Rampart Range Road, which really clears the traffic from Rampart Range Road to Titan. So the evacuation going from the east of Rampart Range Road all the way through Waterton Road, through the southern connector or up to Titan is much faster. In fact, I know there's been concern about fire in that area, and I can understand that, but the evacuation route is significantly faster now than it has ever been before. And I would like to mention that the helicopter that dumps water actually has given a lot of comfort to these areas. In Roxborough and Sterling Ranch, we had a fire just recently about an acre away, and the helicopter got up and dumped water, and it was really great. But we share the concerns. We'll continue to watch that. But Waterton Road, with the help of Douglas County, your support, your partnership, we've opened up a new evacuation route. And the third one, I'm sorry, Commissioner Thomas.
It was the wastewater treatment capacity.
Yes, we do have capacity in the wastewater treatment plant, and thankfully for the commissioners, we will be building a wastewater treatment plant. We have new ARPA money, but for this 5C First Amendment, the treatment capacity was approved with preliminary plan 5, and so we are in compliance with that.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Commissioner Layden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Beckman. Commissioner is a lifelong term, so if people are wondering why we call you that, that's why. You served well for many years in Arapahoe County. Thank you for that. We've often heard about the need for more workforce housing. The median cost of a home in Douglas County is north of $800,000, so this creates additional opportunities for military firefighters, teachers, and others to be able to afford to live where they work, so we certainly appreciate that. I appreciate that. Wanted to go through some of the referral comments and make sure that I'm understanding this right. The Colorado Division of Water Resources issued it seemed like a conditional letter of adequacy, and specifically they mentioned that it's adequate and will not cause material injury to decreed water rights, provided that, one, the applicant fully complies with the requirements of the IGA and the FSC IGA with Castle Rock, and demonstrates that the 700 acre-feet is physically available for this First Amendment of Filing 5C of the development, since the FSC IGA relies on Dominion bringing non-tributary water supplies to Castle Rock in exchange of delivery of water from Castle Rock. Are you in compliance with that conditional adequacy?
Commissioner Layden, I'd like to take just a minute. I see that our general manager from Dominion is here, and just to check with her, I'm sure we are, because the engineer gave us a positive referral, but just give me a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Layden. Andrea Cole, COLE, General Manager of Dominion Water and Sanitation District. We're located at 9250 East Costilla Avenue, Suite 400, Greenwood Village, Colorado. So thank you for having me here. I believe part of that question comes from just the time frame that it's taken. So that was part of the initial filing 5 application. And so there were some conditions as part of the 700 agreement that we have with Castle Rock, which forms a portion of our WISE waters. And those have all been met at this point in time.
Andrea, that's great, and good seeing you. The second issue, so you're saying in that letter, the other item that was conditional is the applicant fully complies with the requirements of South Metro WISE Authority WISE Delivery Agreement, and demonstrates that the 625 acre feet of WISE project is physically available. So that has been complied with as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, fantastic. And I'll just look to staff to confirm that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, as we all know in this room, water adequacy is a big concern for all of us, so I'm pleased to hear that. Just working my way through some of the referral comments, we also got a comment from the Colorado Geological Survey. They were talking a little bit about additional drilling, sampling, and lab testing needed once over-excavation and grading are complete to verify that swell potential values have been reduced to acceptable levels. Has that occurred?
I'm going to turn that back over to Sterling Ranch.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You bet. Thanks, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Jonk, J-O-H-N-K. I'm the Director of Engineering for Sterling Ranch Development Company. Yes, Commissioner Layden, there have been initial borings at this stage of the project. We took 14 borings on the site to establish the types of soil and any swell potentials. As we get into construction, we will be required at all the different stages of infrastructure, such as sanitary pipes, storm pipes, roadways, basements, to take additional borings as we go. So we're committed to complying with those requirements to ensure that we have swelling soils in Colorado, and we need to mitigate them appropriately.
I appreciate that, Mr. Jonk. And while we have you, we did get a letter from the Douglas County Conservation District about recommendations related to soil limitations, topsoil, disturbance of land, noxious weeds, and low-impact development techniques. Are those recommendations being integrated into your plans?
Correct, and I would go a little further, given that the Sterling Ranch Master Plan, we adopt the Prairie Conservation Plan, so we use above and beyond those recommendations to use xeric landscape. When we grade the site, we grub it of all invasive species, noxious weeds and such, and we plant fresh, native. Planting lists that we've developed in collaboration with the Denver Botanic Gardens.
Great, that's fantastic. And I don't know if this is for you or Ms. Beckman or staff, maybe could be staff, but Douglas County Parks and Trails made a comment about the park dedication standard, and the response is meeting the intent of the PD plan, which I know we've made some modifications there to reflect intent. Can you just elucidate for us how it's meeting the intent of the PD plan? Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Layden. I can start, and then maybe Mr. Thomas can follow up. The Sterling Ranch PD allows us to claim park dedication credit by taking the amount of money. First, it allows for us to take a credit. And I think in the staff report, we are like 22 acres short of meeting the credit. It's kind of a rolling number, but that is by park dedication alone. The Sterling Ranch PD allows us to claim park dedication credit by taking the amount of money spent on park amenities by an acre of parkland. The staff report reflects that we were short about 24 acres at the time. We have spent about $22 million on parks. We're working with staff right now to validate that because it has to be by track. When we did our contracting through the Community Authority Board for these improvements, there were some easements and roadways that were included in the park development. So we've had Curtis Davidson from PCS go track by track by track to pull out the dollars, and we've come up with $22 million. And then we've just received an appraisal from David Evans. They are a reputable appraisal that we're going to submit soon, but they've identified that the market value of an acre of land for parkland in Sterling Ranch is $39,500. And so the calculation in the PD that we were required to do requires that we calculate 22 million, and we can divide that by 39,500. And Kevin, will you check these numbers? And so with that number, I think we get about 557 additional acres. So that will more than, we are 24 acres short, but once this calculation is approved by staff. I have also just received from the Community Authority Board Budget Director, and I think Gary Debus is here today. He's authorized, and these are certified numbers, that the cap for parks 6A, 6B, and 6C, those are actually locations and extents that have been through your Planning Commission this year. These are new parks that are almost built in Sterling Ranch, and as you know, we're building Prospect Park, and the dollar amount for that is about $7 million. So in the next 2 years, we will spend $15 million additional appropriated dollars, and that is appropriated already in the budget for the CAB in 2024 and 2025. So that's 4 parks that are in the process of being built or have been built. And so once those are completely built and spent at the end of 2025, that's an additional $15 million that will be added to that calculation. So if the calculation, once again, if you take the $15 million divided by 39,500, that will be 380 additional acres that comply. So we are well over the compliance for parks and recreation, and we look forward to going through the compliance approval process in Douglas County.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I was checking the box on that. Certainly, we are very well aware of the phenomenal parks you have in Sterling Ranch and how accessible and exciting they are for the community. Let me just ask staff, any issue with the calculations there?
The process she described is correct.
Okay.
The PD has the land commitment requirements. They can get credit for parks improvements, and that's an ongoing process with them that we will get those numbers, verify. And then the PD does have some specific improvements for regional parks also. So.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Actually, those were great questions. My questions were not exact, but the answers were the ones that I was looking for. My question to the applicant, there are 6 conditions as presented. Do you agree to those 6 conditions?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions for the applicant. Any other questions before or comments before we go to public comment?
No.
Nope.
All right, at this stage of the game, I'd like to thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate your presentation. I'd like to go ahead and open the floor for any members of the public to come forward and give public testimony on both items 3C and 3D that you've just heard presentations on. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and give public testimony? Seeing none in the room. Troy, turning to you, do we have anybody online to give public testimony?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment for these items.
Very good. Thank you, Troy. Turning it back to the board. Board, we have 2 items to consider. My introduction was just our first item for the subdivision improvement agreement and intergovernmental agreement for Sterling Ranch. The second one is the Sterling Ranch First Amendment minor development as presented. What is the pleasure of we will have to handle these as 2 motions. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I believe my issues have been satisfied in the counties, and I'm pleased to make a motion to approve a subdivision improvements agreement and intergovernmental agreement for Sterling Ranch, filing number 5C, First Amendment, Douglas County, project number DV 2024-204.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any need for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And the subdivision improvement agreement and intergovernmental agreement pass.
I have a motion to approve the Sterling Ranch filing 5C First Amendment minor development because it does meet all of the approval criteria with 6 conditions as presented. Project file SB 2024-022.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any need for discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the First Amendment minor development does pass. All right, congratulations. Going to our final item today, I must stand down and recuse myself. Colleagues, I will be leaving the room and not taking part as much as I'd like to. So I pass the gavel to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your service, and appreciate the honorable recusal consistent with your earlier comments. We will move forward from here. Let me make a couple of quick comments for everyone in the room. First and foremost, thank you. We serve you, not the other way around, so you taking time out of your day to be here with us is deeply significant to this entire board and our staff. So we appreciate each of you as citizens and representatives in your community for being here. As we step into the Pine Canyon Plan Development conversation, just a couple of procedures. Staff will create a queue in the front row of the audience. At the start of the hearing, you may want to say when you plan to end. So what we'll probably do is run through all of public comment. We'll go ahead and stay here, if it's okay with Commissioner Thomas, to stay until all public comment is concluded. If we still have additional time, we may deliberate, but very likely we will close public comment once it's completed, and that may go several hours here. If that is the case, the hearing will be continued to September 16th at 10 a.m., at which time we will render a final deliberations and a decision. So speakers will be allotted 3 minutes. You do not have to use your full time. Citizens who wish to speak should sit in the front row, again, behind the podium. Please come up to the podium as soon as the speaker before you completes their comments. 6 minutes will only be granted to registered HOAs and identified referral agencies at our discretion. Speakers are only allowed to comment 1 time, so out of respect to your neighbors, we'll hear from you 1 time, and let's avoid duplication. Again, if comments were already said by another speaker, please feel free to simply state agreement with the previous speaker. Limiting comments to the listed criteria is extremely helpful. Speakers submitting documents during the hearing shall give them to our staff or county attorney here to my left for inclusion in the record, and then we may call for a recess at any time if necessary. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the final item on our public hearing agenda items, which is item 3E, the Pine Canyon Plan Development Rezoning and Water Appeal, project files ZR 2020-010 and MI 2020-009. Matt Jacobowski presenting for staff. Hi, Matt.
Commissioner Layden, if I could just
ma'am.
ask a question. Sure. I heard you say that we were going to stay tonight until public comment was completed. I'm wondering if we could put a time limit at 9:30 tonight so that if there are still people wanting to speak, that we will stop at 9:30 and then come back on Monday at 10 or 10:30.
I support that, and we've had a couple of recent hearings that have gone well into the evening. I think it makes sense to conclude at 9:30 at the latest to make sure everybody's fresh and we can hear and listen to and render appropriate decisions. So I'll agree to that.
Thank you.
You bet. Matt?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Jacobowski representing Planning Services. The request is the Pine Canyon Plan Development Rezoning and Pine Canyon Plan Development Water Appeal. Project numbers for these items are ZR 2020-010 and MI 2020-009. Kurt Walker and Marcus Pochner are here representing the property owner. There are two related land use requests before the board that require separate review and two separate motions. These include rezoning of 535 acres from agricultural 1, general industrial, and rural residential to the Pine Canyon Plan Development, or PD, for up to 1,800 housing units and 600,000 square feet of non-residential development, and an appeal of Douglas County Zoning Resolution Section 1805A for use of alternate water demand standards for the proposal. The intent of the PD rezoning process is to encourage innovative and creative design and to facilitate a mix of use in the development of a balanced community, including residential, business, commercial, recreational, open, and other selected secondary uses in accordance with Section 2467-101 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. An appeal to the standards of Section 18A is subject to the standards and approval criteria in County Zoning Resolution Section 1808A. The process for both a PD rezoning and a water appeal is highlighted on this slide. In general, staff receives an application submittal. The plan and other documents are reviewed by staff and sent to agencies, and the public is part of the referral review period. A detailed summary of referral comments received will be provided later in this presentation. Following the referral review period and the applicant's response to referral comments, notice is given for public hearings before the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. The Planning Commission heard the rezoning and water appeal at its August 5th, 2024 public hearing and continued the application to August 12th, 2024 after closure of public testimony on the 5th. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the water appeal by a vote of 4-1 and the rezoning by a vote of 3-2. The majority of public objected to the proposals and indicated the property should be annexed into the town of Castle Rock. Public are concerned with overdevelopment, impacts to town infrastructure and services, loss of sales tax revenue to the town, and impacts to wildlife from loss of open space. Particular to the water appeal, public cited concerns with the lack of renewable water in the proposal, potential impacts to aquifers, impacts to Castle Rock water, and the location of the proposed water treatment facility. Public testimony in support of the rezoning cited additional housing opportunities for new buyers in Douglas County, potential development of sports fields to support youth activities, and the potential for new development to supplement the tax base in the town and county. Others cited the proposed water reuse system as innovative. Representatives from the town of Castle Rock spoke in objection to the rezoning during that hearing. Castle Rock does not support development of Pine Canyon unless it is annexed into the town where it could be served with central water and sanitation. Castle Rock expressed a desire to work with the applicant on future annexation into the town. Castle Rock further expressed that development of Pine Canyon in unincorporated Douglas County will result in a lack of coordination with the town, which will impact town infrastructure and services, recreation facilities, traffic, and its citizens. Regarding the water appeal, the town stressed the importance of a renewable water supply and indicated that the PD does not include a factor of safety in its proposed water demand standard. Castle Rock indicated that considerable money and effort has been spent by the town, the county, and other water providers in the region to support water infrastructure and renewable water, which will be undermined by the applicant's water plan. The Planning Commissioners asked clarifying questions on the water appeal, including management of the reclaimed water system, maintenance of water quality to avoid cross-contamination, education of residents about the reclaimed water system, the applicant's proposed renewable water fund, firefighting impacts to water supply, difference between water demand standards and actual water use, the appropriate margin of safety between demand and use, and how the proposed water demand standard compares to the water demand standard of Sterling Ranch. Commissioner Browning was the dissenting vote on the water appeal, indicating that the proposed water demand does not provide an adequate safety buffer between demand and use and does not meet Section 1808A.07.2. Planning Commission questions regarding the PD rezoning concerned future multimodal transportation hub uses if a different station site is selected, the potential I-25 underpass, assumptions of the traffic impact study if the underpass is not constructed, how the PD addresses community ball fields, and how adequate emergency fire protection is provided. The Planning Commission added 2 conditions to address fire protection in ball fields since those questions came up. Commissioners Garbo and Browning voted against the PD rezoning. Commissioner Garbo indicated that the applicant did not demonstrate that emergency services could be accommodated and that traffic and roadway capacity could not be maintained as required by approval criteria in sections 1503.04 and 1503.05. Commissioner Browning indicated that since he voted against the water appeal, the PD rezoning would not comply with Section 18A and the PD rezoning approval criteria in Section 1503.10. Before I go too much further, we did receive additional public comments yesterday and today, including into the morning till about noon. We have a couple additional exhibits that I'd like to enter into the record and I believe have already been handed to the county attorney. I wanted to mention that on the record. There should be exhibits 1 and 2, but I wanted to make sure there was time to say that those comments had been received and are in the record. This vicinity map shows the PD boundary, which is in the red border. It's in central Douglas County, surrounded by the town of Castle Rock. For context, Parker to the northeast, Castle Rock surrounds the site in yellow, Castle Pines is to the northwest. The site is split into 2 pieces by I-25. And for further context, Founders, Highway 86, and US Highway 85 surround the site. Where's, in case you advance the presentation. There we go, okay. This map highlights the site's current zoning. Agricultural 1 portions of the property are in white, rural residential in yellow, general industrial in purple. And again, for some context, here's Prairie Hawk Drive, Highway 85 to Blackfeather Trail, I-25, Scott Boulevard, Founders Parkway. This aerial view provides a view of existing development surrounding the property. Of note are communities that are built and existing to the south and east. It's noticeable in the aerial that there are significant pine trees on the east side of the site, and you can sense that there's some sloped terrain in that area. It should also be noted that an existing unincorporated Douglas County parcel owned by the Scott family provides a buffer between existing development to the north and the site. The Scotts also own some land to the west side of I-25 on that side of the development, as we see Plum Creek here on the far west side. For some background on the zoning of the property, it was zoned residential with the inception of zoning in Douglas County in 1955. In 1982, the respective A1, Agricultural 1, Rural Residential, and General Industrial portions of the property were zoned. The parcel has historically been used for agricultural and ranching purposes. Shown here is the proposed PD development plan. Open space and park areas are in green. You can see that those are throughout the site. The west side of the site includes an open space riparian preserve at Plum Creek, which is OSP 8. Areas in yellow and orange are single-family attached and detached planning areas. A school site is proposed within the middle of the property, PA 14. PA 6 is a proposed hotel resort spa planning area. The central area of the site includes more denser development. Business and light industrial uses are shown in red. This crosshatched is actually a mixed-use transit mobility hub. The PD plan shows conceptual access points and internal connections. However, access is determined during subdivision or applicable site plan improvement processes. The applicant is proposing the formation of a new metropolitan district to maintain parks, trails, as well as to implement other improvements throughout the site and to construct whatever improvements may be necessary on that side of the development. A new water and sanitation district is proposed to provide water and sanitary sewer service to the community. The Douglas County Sheriff will provide police protection, and the property is currently within the boundaries of the Castle Rock Fire Protection District. Use and development standards are proposed for each of the planning areas as were shown on the previous slide. The PD development standards are described in more detail within the development plan attached to the staff report. Within the east side of the PD toward Founders Parkway, the primary development type, which were those orange and yellow areas, is single-family detached and attached dwellings. This was planned by the applicant to provide a transition between existing development south and east of the PD so that it has a similar development type to what is already in the town of Castle Rock. The resort spa within the interior, which is the brown area, PA 6, is proposed for up to 225 hotel rooms and a potential flexibility of 175 branded residences. It would be up to the applicant, if approved, to determine how the size of the hotel versus branded residence would occur. If there were branded residents, those residences would count against the 1,800 unit cap in the PD. Local parks and open space include a mix of active and passive uses. The denser central area of the PD reflects its location near I-25. This includes the 12-acre school site, the multifamily residential development, which was the orange striped planning area on the previous map. That's just multifamily. The mixed-use commercial and multifamily transit mobility hub is on the west side of I-25, which was in the red crosshatch. CDOT is currently studying this site and other locations in Castle Rock for the possibility of a regional transit station. The zoning proposed, which is the development standards and the uses permitted, would support some kind of transit village within that transit mobility hub mixed-use planning area. The applicant has also indicated a desire to explore accommodation of ball fields with an open space within this portion of the PD and can address that topic in their presentation. Finally, the west side of the PD proposes zoning for business and light industrial development that would support the transit village. The proposed water reclamation facility for the proposed water district is up against the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way, but also within this western area. And at Plum Creek, as I had pointed out, the OSP 8 planning area proposes a riparian preserve. The applicant also intends to preserve the historic homestead of the family and dedicate a conservation easement over that entire open space. The PD includes development commitments, which are described in greater detail in the staff report and development plan. Commitments are generally addressed in conjunction with final plat. Highlights of commitments in the PD include open space dedication and cash in lieu of land dedication to address the balance of required parkland. The applicant has provided a certain amount of parkland, but there's still a balance left based on calculations that would be required at subdivision. The applicant has proposed the possibility of payment of additional fees, which is not a county requirement and something the applicant is doing through their own volition through negotiation with the affected entity or municipality at time of subdivision. The 12-acre school site is a commitment and cash in lieu of land dedication for the balance of the overall school land dedication. So there's a greater land dedication than the school site, but the applicant has proposed fees to meet that balance. Voluntary capital mitigation has also been committed to by the applicant. Central water and sewer is proposed by future water and sanitation district. The applicant has proposed a view plane protection area within the east side of the site, proposed to reduce overlap grading and preserve trees. So remember from the aerial, that's the site, the portion of the site that had the greater amount of trees. Finally, the applicant has proposed on and off-site road and infrastructure improvements that are proposed to address the traffic impact study. These commitments would generally impact CDOT, the town of Castle Rock, or the county, and the improvements would be funded by the future Metropolitan District for Pine Canyon. Following our bird's eye views of the PD, the yellow dashed lines are the PD boundaries. This is a view of the east side, and again, the trees are visible here, and this is the area of single-family detached and attached development to provide the transition between existing development and the town of Castle Rock. And it's in this area as well where the applicant has proposed a ring of open space to provide some separation between existing development and those planning areas. This view looks through the central area of the PD, in particular, the mixed-use mobility hub west of I-25. And this view looks along the west side of the PD, the Plum Creek corridor. Generally, this area is the riparian preserve. The water reclamation facility is proposed in this area against the Union Pacific Railroad. The PD rezoning was placed on 2 referral periods during the process. The reason for the second referral period was to allow referral agencies the opportunity to review the project after comments from the first referral were addressed and plan changes were made. Significant referral comments and objection to the proposal were received from the town of Castle Rock. Castle Rock does not support Pine Canyon without annexation into the town. The town has not accepted the traffic impact study and has indicated that no access will be permitted to any town right-of-way, which generally would be Liggett Road, Front Street, and Woodlands Boulevard. Further, the town indicates that no proposed roads may pass over or under town right-of-way. The town has indicated no access will be allowed to town trails. Additionally, the Castle Rock Fire Department has indicated it will petition the Castle Rock Fire Protection District to remove the site from its boundaries due to its concerns regarding the reliability of water supply and its capacity to review permits in Pine Canyon. The applicant's traffic study and proposed PD commitments have been accepted by Douglas County Engineering. The applicant has addressed traffic study comments from CDOT. Founders Parkway is a CDOT right-of-way, and CDOT access permits will be required for any access from that road during any subdivision or development. Among others, the applicant has satisfied comments from Colorado Geological Survey, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Douglas County Open Space and Natural Resources. The applicant has submitted a forest management plan that the county wildfire mitigation specialist has reviewed and identified as sufficient at this time of rezoning. Additional wildfire plans will be required at subdivision. Comments were also received from the public. We received significant amounts of public comments. Primarily, these were from residents in Castle Rock. The vast majority of these comments provided objection to the proposal. The comments are attached to the staff report, as well as the additional memos that have been sent to the board and the exhibits that were submitted today. Additional comments, some comments requested information on the project. Some expressed some support, but as I mentioned, significant comments, and a significant majority of those comments were an objection to the proposal, citing many of the things addressed at the Planning Commission, such as traffic, overdevelopment, impacts on wildlife, impacts to the town, and impacts to town services. The approval standards for PD rezoning are set forth in Section 15 and listed on this slide. Approval standards are discussed within pages 20 through 24 of the staff report. And now to the specifics of the water appeal. The applicant's water appeal is to the demand standards of zoning resolution section 1805A. The applicant is requesting alternative demand standards that are specific to indoor water uses, as it proposes to use a separate treated wastewater effluent water system to serve outdoor uses. The appeal includes a request for a residential indoor demand standard of 0.2 acre-feet per year per residence, when the county's residential demand standard is 0.75 acre-feet per year per residence. I should mention that the county's demand standard is both an indoor and an outdoor demand standard, so part of the applicant's argument is that its reduced demand standard is because the treated effluent would be used for outdoor water use. First-use groundwater will only be used for indoor residential and non-residential uses as part of the applicant's plan. The county does not have a demand standard associated with the use of recycled water for residential outdoor uses. So in some ways, the county's presumed demand standard versus the applicant's appeal needs to be considered and weighed as almost two separate kinds of plans. Pine Canyon provided an estimated demand of recycled water for the residential outdoor use, which is provided in the water summary in attachment I of the staff report. Next, the appeal requests a demand standard specific to indoor uses for hotels, resorts, and spas of 1.38 acre feet per year per 6,695 square feet of building space, as the zoning resolution does not have a specific demand standard for hotels, resorts, and spas. There's just really a general commercial standard. As stated in the staff report, the county water consultant noted a standard of 2.30 acre feet per year per 6,695 square feet, which was based on the water consultant's estimate of the demand for hotels. The applicant has proposed a demand standard of its own. There was a difference of 0.92 acre feet per year between Pine Canyon's requested demand and the consultant's demand, but that demand could be met in the water that the applicant is indicating they have for the demand of the overall project. Finally, the applicant requests a proposed outdoor non-residential demand standard average of 1.58 acre feet per year per acre. Outdoor water would be supplied from the treated wastewater effluent from the Pine Canyon Water Reclamation Facility. The county has a non-residential irrigated lawn, garden, or golf course demand standard of 2.50 acre feet per year per acre. As mentioned earlier, the county does not have a demand standard associated with the use of recycled water, so the requested appeal to non-residential outdoor demand was based on industry standards. A future metropolitan district responsible for the development, operation, maintenance of future infrastructure is proposed. The proposed Pine Canyon Water and Sanitation District will provide water, sanitation, and irrigation services within its boundaries and will manage all the water usage. The water appeal was referred in 2020 at the same time as the plan development rezoning was placed on referral. Area water providers and the county's water consultant, Lidl Water Solutions, commented on the proposed appeal. Castle Rock Water provided numerous comment letters in opposition to the water appeal. Its correspondence can be found in attachment I of the staff report. Castle Rock Water also provided a recent letter that was submitted in the recent packets and the packets submitted today. 4 separate rounds of comments with staff and the county water consultant worked to refine the appeal. The most complex topic was the refinement of the management and operation of a water reclamation facility to provide water for outdoor irrigation uses for residences. Staff worked with the applicant to refine the water management of the indoor and outdoor systems. The water consultant noted that even with outdoor uses being supplied with recycled water, the residential demand number did not provide a margin of safety typically seen in residential water planning. This is related to the consultant's letter of March 8th, 2024, which is in attachment I. The applicant provided a final appeal document based on the comments from this letter in May 2024. Through the process, the applicant completed a well field analysis, which was reviewed and accepted by the county water consultant. The well field analysis modeled potential impacts to surrounding wells. In the analysis, the applicant modeled Castle Rock's municipal water wells. And I can say that the county's water consultant, again, accepted that well field analysis. The approval standards for a water appeal are set forth in section 1808A.07 and listed on this slide. Approval standards are discussed within pages 18 through 20 of the staff report. And I should mention that the 1808A.07.3 standard doesn't apply to this because there's not a question on the timing of the water. So really what we're looking at are the questions of point 1 and point 2. Should the board find that the approval criteria for an appeal to the Water Supply Overlay District are met, the following conditions should be considered for inclusion in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation, all minor technical corrections will be made to the water appeal summary to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 1808A.07 sets forth the parameters for the board's determination of the water appeal. And again, this relates to the first motion, which would be for the water appeal. Should the board find that the application complies with all of the approval standards for a plan development rezoning, staff proposes the following conditions for inclusion in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation, all minor technical corrections will be made to the plan development document to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, concurrent with the recordation of the Pine Canyon Plan development, a declaration of restrictive covenants to reserve all water rights contained within the property for future landowners within the plan development shall be recorded. Condition number 3, the appeal to the standards in Section 18A of the DCZR shall be approved prior to or concurrently with the rezoning. Condition number 4, in conjunction with approval of the first preliminary plan within the Pine Canyon Plan development, the applicant, its successors, and assigns shall provide proof of fire protection. Condition number 5, the applicant, its successors, and assigns shall consider construction of community recreational fields, including but not limited to baseball fields, in the Pine Canyon Plan development. And condition number 6, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 1505.09 sets forth the parameters for the for the board's recommendation of the PD rezoning request. This relates to consideration of the second motion per the rezoning request. As a reminder, 2 motions are required for the proposal. First, the water appeal and rezoning. The water appeal should be considered first, as I mentioned. Approval of the water appeal to the water demand standards in Section 1805A via the first motion acknowledges that the requested appeal is sufficient to meet the demand of the project based on the criteria in Section 1808A07. I should mention and remind the board that the rezoning also has a Section 18A review per zoning. So if the water appeal were denied based on the criteria in Section 1808A.07, the PD rezoning would not be in conformance with the approval criteria in Section 15310 that refers to conformance with Section 18A, and thereby the standards that are presumed demand standards in Section 1805A that we are discussing as part of the water appeal. And for some reference, I just thought I'd pull up the 2 rezoning approval criteria regarding 18A review, just to highlight the point that the rezoning also requires that analysis of 18A and the consistency with the presumed demand of 1805A. So again, if the water appeal were denied, the PD rezoning criteria would not be able to be met. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to take questions on the staff report at this time, but we do have Marcus Bachner and Kurt Walker here that have a presentation as well as their experts for any questions you may have.
So Matt, thank you for that. There are a lot of people in the room that are standing, and I don't think it's right that the elected officials get seats and you don't. So we're going to take a brief moment for facilities to come in and provide you some chairs. No, we're going to have them come in. It's going to take about 1 minute. And if you do have cell phones that are on, if you could silence them, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you for your patience, everybody. If you can take a seat, we're going to reconvene the hearing. If you can take your seats, guys, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the hearing. Thank you for your patience, everybody, and hopefully everyone has a seat. We've just concluded the staff report, and let me ask if any commissioners have questions for Matt Jacobowski from staff.
I do have a question for Matt.
I know.
Matt, so you gave a presentation and you showed this parcel, and alongside of it, I think I heard you say that there are 2 other parcels that belong to the Scott family. Are those parcels incorporated in Castle Rock, or are they also unincorporated?
Unincorporated.
Okay. You talked about branded residence. Can you tell me what a branded residence is, or is that a question better served by the applicant?
Matt Jacobowski for staff. The applicant should describe that.
Okay. And you did say that county engineering has accepted the traffic impact analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct, and engineering is here if you have any detailed questions.
I don't right now, but I just wanted to clarify those points. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. So just a couple here, and I want to always be efficient and expedient with the time of our citizens. One item I'd like to clarify, you said you received a number of comments, both in writing, online, messages, calls. Do you have any sense of how many individuals are in favor versus opposed, or a percentage? And Matt, it doesn't have to be exact, but a range.
Matt Jacobowski for staff. I would say that 99% of the people commented are opposed. I don't have a specific number of the people who commented.
Okay. Well, I reviewed the packet as well. I'm sure Commissioner Thomas has also. It was very rare for me to find any citizen comment in support. Let me just take a show of hands from the room. All of those that are in favor of this particular application, can you raise your hand? Okay. All those that are opposed? Okay. Okay, I think that's certainly very instructive for me. Just hearing from citizen comment. When we do get to citizen comment, I am going to ask that our elected officials have an opportunity to speak first from the town of Castle Rock. They've taken their time as public servants to be here, so I will be calling them first. With that, let me provide an opportunity for the applicant to present. Marcus.
Good afternoon, Chairman Layden. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Commissioner Thomas. My name is Marcus Pachner, P-A-C-H-N-E-R. I am a land use and community outreach consultant for Pine Canyon. I am honored to present on behalf of the entire team. As you see, we have a number of experts here. This is the culmination of a multi-year planning effort, and we very much look forward to walking through the proposal. Next slide, please. Today, this is the trail map that we are going to follow, the agenda before you. We will talk a little bit about the site history, the guiding documents, what brings us before you today, talk about the outreach. Ultimately, I will transition at one point to the water appeal. Mr. Chair, I will be sure and denote we are transitioning to that part of the presentation. We are combining 2 presentations, but I will be specific. This is the water appeal information, and we'll come back with that. I'll then end with the discussion on the approval criteria and the conditions of approval. Next slide, please. The team here, primarily on the PD, represented by the Walker family, the 6th generation owner of the site. You will hear from land use consultants, legal consultants, and planning and engineers in the initial discussion of the project. This is a very experienced team in and within all parts of Douglas County. Next slide, please. This is the vicinity map we saw from Matt. By the way, that was one of the best staff presentations I have ever witnessed. This shows the 2-mile radius of the site surrounding Pine Canyon. Right in the heart of Douglas County, right in the heart of Castle Rock. This shows that radii. You see the encompassing of Metzler Ranch, Woodlands, Escavera, all the way over to Meadows. You also know, evoking this symbol of a wheel, that Pine Canyon is the hub, the ultimate hub to have an east-west true pedestrian and vehicular connection through the heart of Castle Rock, through this area. That is what this site has long represented. Next slide. As you see Pine Canyon today, and maybe why the area around it has developed, again, here in the heart, I-25 actually splits the property on both sides. The reason for that? The ranch was here before I-25. We provided the easement and the access for I-25 to come through the middle. We have 2 railroads on the west side, inherently multimodal, all the way moving east to Founders Boulevard. This is, again, the hub through the heart of Castle Rock. Next slide. This is that history. There was a question from Commissioner Thomas asking about the original land. As you see here, we are talking about, in kind of the darker blue there, the Pine Canyon site. The Scott family is a part of the family, extended part of the family, but different ownership to the north of our site. And then you see the area, original part of the family, that has already been developed as Woodlands, Escavera, and the area moving over to Liggett Road. This shows the history. The history of this land is the benefit to Castle Rock and to Douglas County. The land has led to the formation of Douglas County schools, Woodlands, Escavera. All of this has been granted from this family over the course of the last 150 years. As you can see, this site itself has been operated as a cattle ranch since 1909. Next slide. This is the story. I know we've just working through the finals of the Douglas County Fair. This is the history of our area, but a very rare history indeed. A centennial ranch, a family that has owned the same property for over 100 years. There are only 10 in Douglas County. This is one of those. We're very honored. But comes with that responsibility, that ownership, those property rights, is the responsibility to be stewards of the natural environment, to honor the land and have a plan that evokes that plan, that history, but to innovate and move forward as well. With that, I'll introduce Kurt Walker, the 6th generation owner of this ranch, and he'll provide a little background on the land use and entitlement history of this site. Go ahead.
Go right ahead. Next slide, please. Thank you, Marcus. As he said, my name is Kurt Walker. I'm the 6th generation landowner of this property. To give the first part of the background, I want to talk about the entitlement history that we've undergone over the last 20 plus years when we talk about what we envision for Pine Canyon being and becoming. As Marcus notes, for the past 100 years, my family has cattle ranched this property. And over the last 30, that has become an increasingly untenable practice as Douglas County has grown up around us. It has made what we've done for very, very long no longer something that we can rely on, especially for the means of our family. As a result, it makes sense for us to anticipate a land use change for the property we have. So beginning in 2003, we undertook our first annexation discussions with the town of Castle Rock. The plan we submitted that year is remarkably similar to the plan before the board today. It included nearly the same amount of housing units, even though the total area at that time was 25 acres less than what we have now. It included a hotel spa, a sports complex with ball fields, a transit station, mixed-use areas with employment and housing for a work-live-play community, and the completion of integral, sorely needed transportation connections. It also included partnering options for the property and the town regarding water. These options included reuse, aquifer storage and recharge options, and 100% recycled water, no discharge options, all being available to the town that our district would build and maintain in conjunction with the town, in whatever scenario the town would prefer, as a means for them to strengthen and lengthen their existing water portfolio. Unfortunately, rather than engaging seriously with that plan, the then mayor of the town, as he told the Planning Commission during his public comment about a month ago, directed his staff to attempt to simply buy the entire property rather than let this annexation occur. The various attempts to purchase or condemn the property stalled out our plans for annexation at the time. Undeterred, In the early 2010s, we returned to the town with a new plan for annexation, this time in conjunction with a possible university site on the property, as we, alongside the town and the Castle Rock EDC, had been approached by a local college to relocate their campus to our property. Unfortunately, when the economy fully bottomed out at the time, the university withdrew their relocation plans, which scrapped our second planned development. We returned again to the town in 2014, seeking annexation, this time with supposedly robust support for the idea of annexation from the then town council. This new annexation plan trimmed out the water reuse goals from earlier, as Castle Rock no longer wished us to help them strengthen their supply. Rather, they focused us on creating water efficiency plans. We created two distinct ones throughout that process. Practices and tenets from both of these plans were adopted into the town's codes. After 4 years of comment and response cycles of refining the project to the town's liking, countless neighborhood meetings and discussions, and many iterations of multiple expensive expert studies, in the ninth round of comments we received in 2018, the town stated that their staff does not support the current submittal for the Pine Canyon Ranch planned development. This statement was accompanied with a large number of comments essentially requiring us to completely start over with our plan, despite working together for years on this, our third annexation attempt. Despite this setback, we spent the next 2 years trying to solve the apparent differences with the town staff, and were met only with obstinance and hostility. It was at this point, 18 years after our first submitted annexation document to the town, that we determined it was time to pivot to the county to seek a fair process for our property. We have found the county staff to be professional and helpful, keen to ensure that their process has been conducted fairly and by the regulations, and we are pleased that the process has led us to this point today. Next slide, please. While that history was arduous and lengthy, it also served as a bit of a whetstone by which we could hone what Pine Canyon is and what it would become. There have been two guiding principles by which we have really honed our vision for what we want and desire Pine Canyon to be. The fact of the matter is, as Marcus said, as a sixth-generation landowner of this property, I want to be sure that whatever happens here is for the best of the property, for the community, and for the legacy of the history of my family. The two guiding principles we followed, the first of which is tradition. And we're very proud of the fact that this plan allows us to reserve and maintain over 10% of our property as a working agricultural ranch ad infinitum. We will be able to continue doing what we've been doing for over 100 years because of this plan. In addition, we're keen to make sure that we maintain the natural resources that make Pine Canyon and the property what it is. As a result, we've incorporated things like a view plane protection area and a forest management and fire mitigation plan. We're very proud of the fact that we've won multiple federal grants for our fire mitigation work on the property today and want to continue those practices into the future so that we may be serving the benefit of not only our property, but our neighbors, ensuring their safety and the future of their homes. That tradition is best served as we look forward with the other guiding principle, which is innovation. And this is something that my family has long since held. In fact, back in the 1920s, my great-grandfather installed one of the first electric light bulbs in his ranch house in the entire county. This guiding principle has led us to things like our water plan, which we'll hear a lot about today. That water plan has already received approvals from CDPH&E for its water and wastewater system. This system will allow us to have no discharge of nutrients or pollutants to East Plum Creek or to groundwater. That means that we can continue to be stewards and, in fact, be better stewards of the watershed itself in the future due to this innovation. Another innovative aspect of the plan that we're particularly proud of is the mobility hub. Douglas County has suffered from a lack of transportation opportunities for our citizens when it comes to things like multimodal opportunities, getting around towns, getting around areas. So this mobility hub will allow folks to choose to use pedestrian connections, bicycle connections throughout town, but it will also allow for folks to get up and down the Front Range using different commuter options, bus and high-speed rail when that comes in. The magic of Pine Canyon, though, is when we can combine those two principles, is when we can take the tradition and combine it with the innovation. And we see this most best when we look at that 10% of the property we get to maintain as our working agricultural property. For the last 100 years, my family has been dryland ranchers. It means when we raise crops, we do so at the behest and at the behest of rain. Our crops grow when we get rain, and they don't when we don't. However, when this water plan gets implemented, we will be able to irrigate for the first time in my family's history. The other areas in which we can see the enmeshing of our tradition and our innovation come in the form of things like the pursuits that we're currently undergoing to add carbon capture elements to our water treatment facilities. A very exciting proposal which we're currently undergoing. Or things like agrivoltaics, which is a combination of adding voltaic energy production in conjunction with the continued growth of agricultural crops and grazing. These are exciting, innovative areas in which we can combine what we've done for over 100 years with innovative technologies. These vision markers, next slide, thank you, have been the guideposts, like I said, to give us our vision. And one of the things that we were keen on is making sure that this vision allowed us to create a cohesive community. That community, as I said, is meant to become a part of what already exists, whether that's with the natural resources that define what Pine Canyon is today, or with the community that exists to our south and to our east. And so as you can see, when we talk about the architectural character of what we envision, this is meant to be a community that seamlessly fits into what already exists here today.
Great. I will take the next slide here. We'll continue to go back and
forth. As we advance, one thing as we developed the PD, we looked at really the background, all of the project theme and character, the history of this land, but we are guided by two primary responsibilities. The first are the guiding documents, the underlying documents adopted by the county, and the second is taking stakeholder input and doing something we call reflective planning. Next slide, please. I'm going to focus first on the Douglas County Community Master Plan, Comprehensive Master Plan, the CMP. This is the map that you all know very well. It shows the municipal planning area. In blue is incorporated. In white, the color and same color as ours is unincorporated. We are in an unincorporated municipal planning area. If you go to the next slide, please. This is an enhanced image of this, and I want to just stop for a moment and focus on all the other properties and neighborhoods that are in the white color. These are all unincorporated, but yet they share the same roads, the same trails, the same amenities. No one knows if they're Castle Rock or Douglas County because they followed the comprehensive plan process. This is our process. We are following the correct process and trying to rezone in Douglas County. Next slide. As part of that analysis, we submitted a 61-page document that went through the entire comprehensive plan, section by section, and denoted all of the areas where we find compliance and really reflect the guiding principles that are in your site. Here's a few of those. Obviously, enhancing existing infrastructure, providing connected trails and parks, and really complement both the natural and historic landscape, that very historic landscape of this site itself. Next slide. I also want to focus specifically on community outreach. We practice something called concentric outreach, where we work with all of the most impacted neighbors first and go out from there to understand that broader process. I would like to note a lot of those neighbors: Woodlands, Escavera, Terrain, Meadows. We had 6 community meetings. I will briefly summarize. They were not well attended. We sent out thousands of notices. Castle Rock was a wonderful and very fair participant, asked questions throughout each of the meetings, but there was very limited opposition as we went through them. But anything that we heard, we took those comments, and the art of this is in reflective planning, incorporating the values and putting them in our plan. Does not mean we get unanimity. It does not mean we even get majority. It means that we have to embody those ideas into our plan. Next slide. This is reflective planning. Pine Canyon was a blank canvas, but if you notice reflecting planning, all of our edges are complete. Woodlands, Escavera, bluffs, etc. If you hear testimony today, I ask you to think about their respective neighborhood. We are providing the mirror image of the adjacent neighborhood. In every scenario, we are mirroring the land use designations, the density, the trails, the same embodiment of their communities. Don't forget, what is Woodlands and Escavera was a part of the original ranch land. We are only continuing that, reflecting this to a blank canvas. Next slide. This is the first look at our overall site plan. I will be judicious here and work through this since Matt went through it in such detail. This is really welcome to Pine Canyon. 540 acres, a max of 1,800 residential units, 800 single-family residential units, a school site, a third of the site in open space, and hopefully ball fields for everyone to enjoy. Next slide. This is the legend as you look at the map. Please see the light cream colored really to the east of the site, very low gentle density along with the orange color, almost all below 4 dwelling units or 3.5 dwelling units. You see the resort, the purple is a school color, and then transitioning over to the mixed use and mobility hub. I'll go through each of these neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Just to show, obviously, this makes perfect sense. Reflecting again, primarily mixed use on the west side of I-25 as it sits today. The same uses that are there today. Then on the east side of I-25, almost exclusively residential with the exception of the school site embedded in the neighborhood and again reflecting our outer edges. Next slide. This shows you the first 3 planning areas. I certainly will not go through all of them, but we're really starting east to west, high to low, effectively working from Founders all the way to Plum Creek. You see we start on the plateau and really embrace Founders and terrain, the exact same density, understanding that and really having that setback. As we transition to the next slide here, 4 through 12, this is the heart of the residential area because of the grade, the topography, the extension of the great neighborhoods that are just south of this. Remarkably low density. If you hear urban density today, please remember these dwelling units per acre. We are under 4. Adjacent to Woodlands, we are at 1.7 dwelling units per acre, in addition to the very substantial buffer that you see from all the adjoining communities. Next slide. Here in the heart, moving to the hub of the site, you see the school site at 14, and you see the first multifamily at 16. Why is that there? It's immediately adjacent to the bluffs, an existing multifamily, again reflecting. Then this tremendous opportunity to make the east-west connection. Next slide. 17 through 20, really this mixed-use mobility hub. This site is already multimodal. Trains, rail, roadways, it has all of those incredible inherent opportunities. We want to enhance that, reflect the values of the land, and bring forward a mixed use and mobility hub on this site. Next slide, please. This is that character, that residential character, to really evoke the image that Kurt talked about, to again reflect the great neighborhoods that are just to the south. Next slide. This shows the boutique resort, obviously in winter. I would just point out from Founders Parkway, you cannot see this site. So we're looking east, but you can see the captured nest here of looking west. What a great opportunity to build into that hillside and provide this amenity for the community. Next slide. These are our planning principles. Honestly, we heard that, hey, we have to earn trust, and we couldn't agree more. I will tell you that the Merriam-Webster word of the day today is ethos. This is our ethos. These are our values that we are instilling into the PD. The first is residential buffering. So our neighbors know, in the next slide here, all of our existing neighbors, anything on the south side of our lot, we will match or exceed the existing lots within 300 feet. There is no, we are reflecting and respecting the boundaries of this site. Secondly, planning principle, next slide. View plane, we are not doing overlot grading in all of this orange area. We are not grading that, getting rid of the Gamble Oak or Pine. We want to respect that landform and also limiting our building heights to 35 feet. Next slide. Third, open space trails. A third of our site, open space. This is a remarkable asset for the community. Yes, it is open today, but you cannot touch it. This allows you to use this land all over the site, and then it transitions to this remarkable riparian reserve with an active Centennial Farm that we could have as a working and educational ranch for the community. Next slide. In addition to that, 8.5 miles of trails. As I showed before, these trails should be for everyone. Douglas County, Castle Rock, these are integral east-west connection trails in the heart of the site. Next slide, please. I will transition here to Curtis Rowe. Curtis is going to handle the mobility and transportation part of the presentation. I'll probably go back and forth. He's going to walk through the next number of slides.
Thank you, Marcus. Good afternoon. I'm Curtis Rowe. Last name is spelled R-O-W-E. And I'm a traffic engineer. I work for Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Colorado. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer. I currently am the traffic engineering professor at the Colorado School of Mines. I've been at this for 30 years. So that just really, all that said, just demonstrates how much I enjoy studying traffic and improving it for efficiency and safety. And so that's my purpose. We started this traffic study 6 years ago, working with the town of Castle Rock, Douglas County, and CDOT. We scoped the intersections that we were to evaluate, and this graphic here shows those. And so as you can see, there's 22 intersections that we studied. That was at the request of the town, the county, and CDOT. And of those, the dark green circles, those are the intersections in which we found that improvements were warranted. And so those improvements could have been signalization or new turn lanes or lengthening turn lanes. And so those are improvements that the development has committed to. And as your Douglas County staff presented, that is included in the development agreement for those 12 intersections. The yellow intersections all work acceptably without improvements needed to accommodate traffic. But the end result is all of these intersections operate acceptably with our proposed mitigation. And so actually, I'm sorry. Yes, you read my mind, but there is one other thing I wanted to show, if you could go back. So one of the major improvements of this, other than just the intersections that we're studying, is also the east-west corridor. And so currently today, Founders is cut off between Front and Founders Parkway for east-west connection and east-west mobility. And so with this development, there would be a new public roadway that would connect not just to Front Street, but under I-25 over to Liggett. So this would provide additional east-west connectivity between Founders and Liggett and also further to the east. And so that provides an overall network connection improvement. The underpass under I-25 was suggested by Douglas County. And so with that, that plan was developed as it relates to this. And then as Marcus mentioned, that's the location of the mobility hub. And so speaking of the mobility hub, we really were excited about that opportunity. And so next slide, please. Thank you very much. And so working with CDOT, this is one of their preferred options, one of their preferred site selections. And so the mobility hub concept, it's located where there's good north-south connectivity, as well as good east-west connectivity with that new proposed roadway connection. In this location, it's a centralized facility bringing transportation mobility hub together, all modes of transportation. You can see there's bicycle lanes, pedestrian paths, walkways. It's a mixed-use development. There'll be a large community parking lot. This is where the EV charging hub is going to be located. The transit station and hub is located in this area here, working with CDOT. Obviously, there'll be bicycle connections, pedestrian connections in this area. And then next slide, please. This shows just another view of the elements. So you can see the EV charging stations, the park and ride. With this mixed use, there is a lot of transit-oriented development opportunities. And then the separated facility for the CDOT Mustang Transit facility. And then next slide, please. So here, wider sidewalks, pedestrian lighting, this park amenity, large open space, all of that developed just to really provide a centralized transportation function for the community, which will really be good for Douglas County and the town of Castle Rock. And then the last slide. Here's a view of the underpass. This is a graphic of the connections, and as you can see, the street connection has bicycle lanes, sidewalk, so it'll be a multimodal underpass that crosses underneath. With this, we believe that this is an excellent opportunity. The Transportation Mobility Hub will provide a sustainable solution for the environmental impacts. It obviously, by providing connections to other modes of travel, will reduce air quality. And so also I understand that an individual from CDOT is here. So if you have any questions, please, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Curtis. We're now transitioning. Next slide, please. Chair, as I denoted, this is our transition to the water appeal, the formal part of the water appeal. We have a few consultants that are coming forward that will give the majority of this presentation. I do just want to say, embedded in our presentation, this is our fourth planning principle, is having water resiliency. So this is based on our experts, Gina Burke, you'll hear from first, Bob Frischetti, and James Eklund, who's the architect of Colorado's water plan. We will go through this water appeal. I'll come back and summarize it and then summarize our PD application. So with that, I'll go to the next slide, please, and turn to Gina Burke. Thank you. Sure.
Good evening. My name is Gina Burke. I'm with Gen Water Consultants. Our office is in Inglewood, Colorado. We are here to present the water appeal summary for Pine Canyon. What we are asking for tonight is an appeal of the demands proposed for this development. So we are talking both an indoor water demand and an outdoor irrigation water demand. We will be utilizing reuse water, as stated by staff earlier, to meet those irrigation demand needs with what we call a two-pipe, or what you might have heard of as a purple pipe system. And we will also be presenting, as based on the appeal criteria, that there are other communities that are successfully implementing these types of demand standards and reuse systems today. Next slide. Thank you. So I just wanted to just do a brief overview of what my job is tonight, and that is to present the appeal to the demand standard. So under 1808A, it allows us to present to you and provide to you the technical data, water consultant comments, site-specific data, water demand standards, which we will be giving multiple examples of, the commenting from the staff report, Planning Commission recommendation, and also public testimony. There are three criteria that are to be considered through this appeal process. One is that our request is not going to be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. Two, we are requesting the appeal to only 1805A and not 1806. So under the water demand standard, we are to, the application needs to provide sufficient supporting data of alternate water demand criteria so that the water supply is considered sufficient in terms of quantity, quality, and dependability. And then the third criteria for appeals to the timing of determining the adequacy of the water supply. As staff mentioned, that is not an issue tonight, as and I will comment on this later, but that the applicants own all the groundwater. They have decreed and adjudicated augmentation plans and can use that groundwater to put to beneficial use today. Next slide. Okay, this is where the pointer comes in. So first, I just want to give an overview of what we called our dual pipe system. So what we are presenting tonight is that Denver Basin groundwater wells will be drilled to meet only the indoor demands for this project. So that water will come from the wells, will be treated to potable standards, and stored in a potable water storage facility. That water will then be delivered to the residential in-house only use demands and the hotel commercial indoor water demand. That's the only two demands being met by this water on its first use. Then the water will then go to the wastewater reclamation facility after it's been put to use, and the reclamation facility will be treating that water to a standard that can be used for irrigation on not only open space and community parks, but can be used on residential lawns and gardens as well. That treated water will be stored in storage ponds on the property, and then from there, it will be tied to the irrigation system, which will allow it to serve all outdoor irrigation demands for the hotels, the parks, fire protection if needed, residential lawn and landscape irrigation, and if there's any excess water available, it will be utilized in the agricultural crop irrigation that the applicant commented on earlier. Next slide. So part of our job is to provide you examples. So this table shows you that there's been over 584 water users in Colorado that utilize reuse under CDPHE Reg 84. Of those, about 103 are within a 10-mile radius of Pine Canyon. 29 of those are within Douglas County, and 27 of those are located in unincorporated Douglas County. We've listed here as examples those districts, authorities, golf courses, HOAs, and associations that incorporate reuse. Some of them include Centennial, Independence Water and Sanitation District, which is a new development in Elbert County, Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority, South Suburban Parks and Rec, Inverness and Meridian Metropolitan Districts in the Denver Tech Center area, and Stonegate Village Metro District. Our local Douglas County golf courses also use reuse, including Red Hawk, The Ridge, the Country Club at Castle Pines Golf Club, as well as Highlands Ranch Golf Course, and then a couple HOAs that also use it for parks irrigation. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Fraschetti, spelled Frachetti. I am a professional engineer in Colorado. I've been practicing engineering here in Colorado since 1993. Graduated from college in 90. I've only worked on water and wastewater. In fact, one of my first projects was the Plum Creek Wastewater Authority at the time in 1994. So very familiar with water, wastewater infrastructure, and specifically the use of reclaimed water for irrigation under Colorado Regulation 84. What I want to talk about today is a summary of CDPHE's involvement. CDPHE stands for the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and they have been intimately and integrally involved in the planning of the water reclamation facility specifically. A couple things happen when we get a wastewater facility approved in Colorado. The first item you see there is what we call PELs. That stands for Preliminary Effluent Limits. Those are issued by the permits unit at CDPHE, and they consider the receiving stream, what the best location to discharge wastewater is. In this particular case, CDPHE permits unit evaluated the regulatory applicability and determined that the only permit needed was a Regulation 84 reclaimed water permit. Their written documentation and approvals state explicitly there will be no groundwater and no surface water discharge of the treated wastewater effluent, the reclaimed water. So we take those PELs then and we go through a Regulation 22 site approval process. That is another Colorado statute that governs how wastewater facilities are evaluated in Colorado. They specifically considered the proposed effluent limits, effluent management approach, which was reclaimed water and conservation. The review is rigorous, it's detailed, it's lengthy, it involves multiple stakeholder review and comment. It was a multi-year process. CDPHE specifically evaluated the technical, managerial, legal, financial, and also the consolidation considerations for the project. I've done these Reg 22 site approvals for over 30 years. This was one of the more detailed, focused, comprehensive reviews I've ever experienced. But I would say that CDPHE, after all of that, determined that the project meets all the criteria. and I did skip one part, specifically to the use of reclaimed water in the development. CDPHE required that we do a specific land application management plan. We call it the LAMP. That was a very detailed look at the irrigation rates, the vegetation types, the monitoring requirements, the reporting requirements, the ability of the soil to manage the nutrients, the ability of the turf and the trees and the vegetation to uptake the nitrogen and phosphorus. So a very, very robust report and review and approval. So CDPHE has been very involved, and I can say with confidence that this is a very safe way of managing wastewater for beneficial use. Next slide. Another thing I wanted to comment on is the how Pine Canyon's use of reclaimed water in their water plan preserves groundwater and protects the environment. One of the things that we're conscious of now in Colorado is that new developments must follow EPA WaterSense building code standards. So we use a lot less water in Colorado than in the typical Colorado home, the typical Colorado citizen than they used to. And that's reflected in all of our water bills. And I challenge everybody to look at their water bill in the month of January and February, divided by how many people you have in your home, and see how much water you use each month. The new standards that we design wastewater treatment facilities for, which are reflective of indoor water use, are the range of 50 to 60 gallons per person per day. That's about 120 to gallons per home per day, very much in line with the indoor water use proposed by this appeal. The water efficiency plan dictates the irrigation methods. We work through that with CDPHE as well as with the other consultants on this team, the irrigation specialists, and we have balanced our water budget, meaning that all of the wastewater that is received from the development will be recycled back to irrigate open spaces, residences, all the irrigation needs within the development. So I guess I want to just emphasize, reclaimed water has been practiced in this country for over 40 years. The water is safe. The systems are resilient, they're permitted, they're regulated, and they're reliable. There is detailed design criteria that must be met when we design these facilities, and those criteria will all be satisfied. Pine Canyon is 100% committed to this 100% reclaimed water plan. And I would further say that, as we evaluated the water quality impacts, which is a part of the CDPHE review and analysis, we looked at the benefit to the environment to recycle water versus treatment through Castle Rock wastewater at the PCWRA facility. And specifically, I can say that the pollutants that would be discharged into East Plum Creek are greater if the facility were to discharge through Castle Rock wastewater because they're discharging, whereas this facility is using 100% reclaimed water and applying all of the nutrients and pollutants at agronomic rates. So there's a betterment of the water quality in the watershed through this proposed reclaimed water plan. Next slide.
Okay, back to me. Again, my name is Gina Burke with Gen Water Consultants. I do just realize that I did not actually do an intro for myself, and I apologize for that. Gen Water, just so everyone knows, has been in the water consulting business for surface and groundwater rights for over 35 years. I have personally, and I hate saying this number, but I have been with Gen Water for 28 of those 35. So we are going to dive into what we called Criteria 2, and that's the actual demand standard appeal process or appeal that we're requesting tonight. So under 1805A.022, under the zoning resolution code, the residential county standard is listed as at 0.75 acre foot per year per residence. As staff stated, and as I stated in the very beginning, that value is based on both indoor and irrigation use for per residence. With our plan, we're not comparing apples to apples with that, with the fact that we are only pumping for the indoor side of those demands, and we'll be using that water twice to then apply the reuse for irrigation purposes. So in our column for what we are proposing as our alternative demand standard, we are proposing a combined, so that we have a pseudo apples to apples approach here of a 0.273. That is broken down to a 0.2 for indoor use and a 0.073 for irrigation use. That 0.073 is based on what is considered the average lot size for the Pine Canyon development, and those lots are small compared to most. I wanted to point out here, because staff had pointed out in their report, that we had gone comment round after round with Lytle Water Solutions, the county's consultant. In the last round of iterations and in our original appeal application, we actually asked for a 0.17 for in-house use, acre feet per year per residence. Based on Bruce Lytle's comment of agreeing with that number as a demand number, but wanting a buffer, and that was in his report, we increased that demand to the 0.2, so adding a 15-20% buffer per house. So we were hoping that meets with his comments and his request. So then in 1805A 0.023 is the non-residential irrigation. That is a 2.5 based on county demand standards. We are asking for, based on studies done that Mr. Fraschetti here just mentioned, we are requesting that the reuse supplies meet the demand standards based on a 1.79 acre foot per year per acre for turf and a 0.72 acre foot per year per acre for trees and shrubs. The Douglas County standard for 1805A024 for commercial and office is 0.75 acre foot per year per 6,695 square feet. The project is meeting these demand standards. We are not requesting a variance for that item. So just to reiterate, the residential demands outlined are in the Douglas County zoning resolution include both indoor and outdoor demands. We have split that up because of our two-pipe system, where we are requesting an in-house demand of the 0.2 and an irrigation demand of the 0.07 for residents, and then the residential, non-residential irrigation based on those demand numbers above. And I want to note that the residential demand standard for irrigation is based on those same numbers that we are asking for non-residential irrigation. Next slide, please. So part of our task is to provide you with examples. So we have combed through websites and reports in regard to current residential demand for indoor to compare to the 0.2 that we're asking for here. So here we have provided demand use for indoor only for calculated numbers for Castle Pines North Metropolitan District, Independence, Water and Sand, Spring Valley Metro District. Both Spring Valley and Independence are developments in Elbert County. Sterling Ranch, Castle Rock Water, Centennial, and Parker. I want to make sure that it's understood that these are the actual demand numbers that these water providers are seeing as the in-house use. These aren't planning numbers, these are actual demand. This is what everyone here today uses in their home on an average annual basis. The average of all of those existing districts is approximately 0.16. Therefore, you can see why we had requested originally the 0.17. And now we are requesting 0.2, which is higher than all of those reported indoor uses. Next slide. Thank you. Now here, I want to we're utilizing a table out of the staff report for the application that was before you, before us. I am not here today to use this in any way, shape, or form of comparing water supplies or comparing development. All I'm here is to show you an indoor use water demand based on actual. And I want to point out that I love Sterling with the fact that their demand standards, they're showing that these demand standards are achievable based on the technology that we have today. So it's just a good basis to see what the lowest they are achieving the lowest numbers that any district in Douglas County is using. And we're just trying to point out here that we're not requesting the lowest demand standard that Douglas County has approved. But we know the technology works, and they're proof of it. So that's why, the next slide, I just carved out, based on demands alone, that Pine Canyon is going to use is requesting the use of that 0.2 versus the 0.14, which is Sterling off that table, their in-house use only, their indoor use only, and that to compare apples to apples on demand analysis only, that our demand standard that we're asking for our residential units, that includes irrigation, is that 0.273, and their current single-family unit is at a 0.26. So we feel like we're in that margin based on what technology is proving available to us. Let me just make sure I'm not. Okay, next slide. So this is just a slide for our irrigation demand real quick. So we used experts in irrigation in Colorado. We worked with Amber Clark for KDS Hydro. We worked with Tony Koski over at CSU Extension. And we worked with Keenan Diker with CDPHE, as mentioned by Mr. Fischetti. CDPHE, through that LAMP process, came back and directed us to use an evapotranspiration rate of 32.3 inches for turf grass in Castle Rock, and that equates to that 1.79 acre-foot per year per acre that's in our appeal request. CDPHE also recommended the 19.45 inches per season for the shrubs, flowers, trees, so more of a drip system type of irrigation. And that equates to the 0.72 acre-foot per year per acre in our appeal request. Next slide. So the purpose of this slide is to get into the difference, and I think this is where things are starting to get confused. We are here to ask for a demand standard in the appeal. So we're looking at those in-house use only, actual irrigation demand numbers. But if you look at the water supply as a whole, and I know that's not being presented tonight, that's part of the water supply plan that's supposed to go in through the next phases of this development. But Pine Canyon owns and has available to use almost 710 acre-feet per year of groundwater rights underlying the property. Based on the appeal standards that we are requesting in this application, we have calculated that the in-house potable demand for the development would be approximately 459. That would leave approximately 251 or 35% of that groundwater, 251 acre-feet a year, in the ground. If you look at that 251 as a buffer to the proposed development, that would equate to approximately an additional 0.14 acre-feet per year per unit for all 1,800 units. So if we were to add what we're asking for as our actual in-house demand number, plus what is remaining in the ground based on our plan, our planning number per residence would come out to 0.413 acre-foot per year per unit. Next slide, please. I also ran through the same type of analysis, going with what we feel is the actual demands for the development. So if you were to go back to that table that we provided earlier of the examples of the other districts, and we were to utilize what we feel is more of an actual demand number of 0.16, which we're not asking for, we just wanted to show this as an example, that would be a demand on the district of about 387 acre-feet, which would leave almost 45% of the groundwater available to the project in the ground, equating to about 323 acre-feet. So with that in mind and doing the math, we would come up with a planning number of 0.453 acre-feet per year per unit for those 1,800 domestic units. Next slide. We also wanted to point out that there are a considerable number of buffers and safety factors in our plans as they stand today. One being what we just went through, the fact that we will be leaving 35 to 45% of the groundwater in the ground. Two, that our indoor demand standard buffer, instead of the 0.16 or the 0.17 we had asked for originally, is now at a 0.2. Is a calculated approximately 25% buffer. Our irrigation rates based on others in the area is about a 15% buffer based on the CDPHE requested calculations. We also, and we showed this in the first dual pipe slide, that any excess water from the wastewater treatment facility or reclamation facility will be utilized for agricultural irrigation. Well, that's an addition. That's 14% approximately, based on the water balance that Mr. Fischetti had mentioned earlier, that would be allocated to ag. That at any point, especially during a drought, could be utilized within the development. So that's an additional 14% of water that will be available to meet irrigation demands if needed. And then lastly, that storage bucket that we showed in our diagram slide for the treated effluent, that is over-designed by 10%. Next slide, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Is this working okay? Good to see you. My name is James Eklund. Last name's Eklund. I practice water law at Sherman and Howard and was asked by the Walkers to assist in developing and implementing their water plan. And as likable as I try to be, the real reason the Walkers reached out to me was because I served as the architect of Colorado's water plan, and they requested my help ensuring that their plan was implemented in a manner and developed in a manner that was not only consistent with that water plan, but if possible, even made stronger than the state's plan. The ranching heritage that Pine Canyon is, that's really icing on the cake for me. In addition to practicing water law, I'm the next generation of my family stewarding one of the other 10 continuously operated Centennial ranches in Colorado. It's just that my family's ranch is in Mesa County, so don't have the pleasure of being in your jurisdiction. Another quick digression, as it was stated on a prior agenda item this afternoon, I also serve you on the Water Commission and recused myself at that meeting when this item was discussed. So I just wanted to make that clear. I've spent the bulk of my career in water planning and policy. I was asked for my evaluation because, as I said, I served as the architect for that first water plan that was delivered in 2015 to Governor Hickenlooper and was updated last year in 2023. If you're unfamiliar with it, Colorado's water plan is our state's strategic plan that defines our anticipated water challenges, state solutions to those challenges, our desired future, the tools needed to achieve that future, and it was designed to chart our progress. The plan was informed by regional basin implementation plans and water conservation plans, including Douglas County's very own regional water conservation plan, which you see here. Colorado's water plan was developed in response to a statewide supply-demand gap that was estimated to be 560,000 acre-feet of water by 2050. That's how much we were going to be short. We need more housing in this state. Well, some of that growth will occur outside the Front Range and outside Douglas County. As a glance around this room shows, much of it has occurred and will continue to occur in this county. Whether we grow in Colorado is not a question, it's how we grow vis-a-vis water and many other issues that will determine our success. People coming from other places to Colorado, if you weren't born here, may just not know how remarkable the Denver Basin Aquifer System is as one of our state's great pieces of natural infrastructure. That amazing fact that the amazing fact that most of the people in our state live on top of it is really what makes it one of the most important pieces of natural infrastructure, not just in Colorado, but the American West. Suffice it to say that managing the Denver Basin with the best available science should be your objective, our objective, and anybody on the Front Range's objective. Using that science, and you heard some of it today, we need to update our policy. The estimates for water we should be budgeting for each new home in a development like this should not be static, and they shouldn't be using the science from last century. Colorado's water plan contemplated reductions ranging from 40 gallons per capita per day to down to 30 gallons per capita per day for future growth planning. And you can find that in the table marked 5-1 in this hefty tome, the state water plan. The plan concluded that the status quo in 2015 was unacceptable. We simply must do more with less if we are to maintain the water security Coloradans have come to expect. In short, we require innovation of the type on display here. Innovation that stretches the Denver Basin water supply in an efficient and resilient manner. This enables Pine Canyon, as you just heard, to leave 35% of its legally decreed groundwater in the Denver Basin. And I have to hit that point again. This is something that they legally would have the entitlement to withdraw from the basin. And they are choosing to leave it in as the buffer that you just heard about. This is a best practice, and it's not just consistent with Colorado's water plan, it goes above and beyond what we had in the document in 2015, and it goes way above what we did with the update in 2023. I commend it to other developers on the Front Range as a result. The creation of a renewable water fund is also above and beyond, and I would consider that also to be a best practice. And then in addition to all of that, the recycled water portion that you've also heard about of this development is yet another best practice of the type encouraged in Colorado's water plan. For these reasons and those you've already heard in the Commission's staff analysis, I report that this Commission and the county commissioners, you county commissioners, are taking water use, conservation, stewardship, and planning very seriously. And it's evidenced in the outpouring of public interest in hearings like this. So I can report that Pine Canyon is going about using this precious resource in precisely the manner hoped for in Colorado's water plan. And when I say Pine Canyon is consistent with and helps to achieve Colorado's water plan, it also means it exceeds Douglas County's regional water conservation plan that was incorporated into and referred by reference in the master plan itself. Both this commission and Pine Canyon, in this instance, are commended for their focus on water efficiency, longevity, and sustainability. The next slide, if you have it. Colorado's water plan is organized around the objectives that you see on this wheel. The Pine Canyon project speaks to each of the applicable spokes on this wheel, and there are 3 key points I just want to highlight, and they're up there. This development is consistent with Colorado's water plan, and it actually exceeds what we had called for in it. As concluded by the staff analysis, Pine Canyon's request benefits the health, safety, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of this county, as was found by the Planning Commission. This request provides sufficient supporting data of alternate water demand criteria, so the water supply is still considered sufficient, has those buffers that we just talked about in terms of quality, quantity, and dependability. In summary, if my staff and I at the Water Conservation Board would have had a magic wand back in 2015 when we were formulating this plan, the efficient, sustainable, long-term, water-conscious plan developed by Pine Canyon is what we would have created. So it's my sincere hope that this type of water use and stewardship occurring in Douglas County is copied by other growing Front Range communities, and for these reasons, I urge approval of this water appeal, not just for you in this county, but for our state as a whole. And thank you.
Terrific. I'll transition here and finish up. I am concluding here, Commissioners, on the water appeal itself. I do want to thank the public for their patience. One of the great challenges, just summarizing here on this water appeal, we are required to provide technical and site-specific data. That is a labor-intensive, data-intensive, and we believe we have met all of these requirements, including incorporating the Planning Commission's recommendation and the staff report, all of the feedback from your water experts. We do believe that we are in full compliance and meet and exceed the approval criteria. These are the documents, the two approval criteria that were very well articulated. Again, reinforcing this is not detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future. This is responsible water resiliency approved by CDPHE. All the different approvals that are in place, your own staff, the remarkable work they have done. This is an environmentally safe and welfare plan. We also then meet the second approval criteria. We have provided that data. We have shown indoor water demand criteria from other Douglas County water providers. We are showing those are lower than Pine Canyon. We are right in the middle of that. We are honoring that data, that innovation, and we've also showed how we look at the irrigation standards. Now, summarizing from the water appeal to the PD summary that is before you as well. The second item before you. Again, we are culminating here with a PD plan that is completely and totally reflective of the land and the uses that surround it. We are bringing in a third of the site in open space, providing this hub, this transportation and mobility hub that already exists today, multimodal opportunities, bringing in innovative and water infrastructure, and really trying to honor all of the great communities that are around us today. Your approval criteria, staff did a great job of going through them. I will point out that the first one says in municipal planning areas, these objectives are to guide development decisions by the county for unincorporated lands. This is our process. We are unincorporated lands. We have met the requirements of the CMP and the guidance and incorporated those values. I would point out item 3 there, approval criteria. Has there been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood? This was last owned in the 70s. Terrain, woodlands, Escavera, downtown Castle Rock, the light industrial neighborhood, Meadows, all has occurred since that time. This is the result, the show of picture of change and why our criteria has changed, why we meet that evolving criteria. Most importantly, many people look at criteria 4, that public facilities and services. Are they necessary? Can they be provided to accommodate the proposed development? Absolutely and unequivocally. Here are the agencies that have provided will-serve letters demonstrating their intent. This isn't something we say. This comes from the professionals, the organizations, the services that will provide. And again, I would point out specifically in criteria 5 about an adopted roadway, your own staff accepted our TIS, the roadway improvements, and said we can mitigate any impacts and accepted the proposed $80 million in proposed or additional roadways. Next slide. Lastly, the other approval criteria, again, compatible with surrounding lands, fully compatible, looking at that, the natural environment. Criteria 7, we are the natural environment. We want to protect that. That's why we put these additional planning principles. I won't belabor area 10, which is the restatement of the water supply plan. We again believe we are fully compliant with that criteria and should be granted the water appeal. Next slide. I just want to say in closing, 2 additional comments or conditions of approval came forward from the Planning Commission. I know we have gone long here. We have one last speaker that's going to address number 4 because it was actually a condition of approval that we had to prove that fire protection and emergency medical procedure services would be provided for the site. Bill, if you could go through this issue.
Kyriagis, Kyriagis. I'm an attorney with Otten Johnson, Robinson, Neff, and Raganetti. So I did want to just address the condition 4 that was imposed by the Planning Commission. The language really specifically relates to providing this proof of availability of fire protection at later in the development process at the first preliminary plan. But there have been comments that have been raised by the town about the availability of fire protection services. We do want to address address it generally. It also ties into the approval criteria under 1503.04 related to the availability of services. I just want to really be clear on the record on this. So the situation with this property is it's actually located within the boundaries of the Castle Rock Fire Protection District. That district is actually formally dissolved, but does continue to exist pursuant to an order of the Douglas County District Court and an intergovernmental agreement between the town of Castle Rock and the district. So that IGA, the intergovernmental agreement, provides that the town is the sole and exclusive provider of fire protection and emergency medical and rescue services to all properties within the district. And that the level of those services are at a comparable level as those that are provided within the town itself, recognizing that some of the property in the district is in a rural area as well. So the district provides a funding mechanism as well. There is a specified level of funding commitment that the district provides to the town based on the overall, essentially, level of resources that are used in the district relative to the town. And those funds are then paid by a mill levy that the district imposes on the property within the district's boundaries. That formula is redetermined every 3 years, so as the demands change for the amount of fire protection services provided in the district relative to the town, that can be adjusted over time. But currently, there's a mill levy of about 11 mills that's being imposed on properties within the district. The Pine Canyon property owner pays that mill levy, has paid it for years, and will continue to do so going forward. Obviously, with, as the property is developed, a significant increase in assessed valuation and a significant increase in the revenue that would be generated. Now, there have been some statements that have been made by the town suggesting that there will be an effort to try to petition to have this property excluded from the district's boundaries. That simply can't happen and won't happen because there isn't a legal mechanism or a basis on which the district could exclude this property. Exclusion is governed by the Special District Act, Section 501. There's really basically two potentially applicable mechanisms. One would be a petition by the property owner, which is obviously not occurring here, and the town doesn't have the ability to make that kind of a petition. And then the other is that the board of a fire protection district itself, so the district, not the town, does have the ability to seek to exclude property, but only if the property that is going to be excluded is going to be included into another district that will provide equivalent fire protection service. And the reason for that is clear. You can't have property just unilaterally taken out and denied fire protection services. So it's really important to emphasize this property, the property owner pays taxes for fire protection services. It has fire protection services, and it will continue to have fire protection services on the same terms as everyone else within the town and throughout the district. Thank you.
Terrific. Our last condition of approval was probably the most exciting of all. We were asked by the Planning Commission if we would consider community recreation fields, including but not limited to baseball fields. This is not in our original base application because the decisions around and the discussion around the fairground came after that. But we have worked dutifully because we think this is a remarkable opportunity in the heart of Castle Rock, heart of Douglas County here. The two sites denoted with the star here provide really centralized locations for ball fields. To bring that into a mixed-use hub and adjacent here on the east in a residential against the school as a shared facility there. This shows evoking the baseball diamonds and the soccer fields or multi-use fields, and again, understanding that Douglas County School will not be built for many, many years. The great opportunity to utilize that site, that land today, to bring ball fields forward. We think this is the perfect opportunity to provide ball fields in Castle Rock. I will close here with the image of the elementary school. I have to say thank you again to the public, to the chair, to Commissioner. Thank you for your patience and allowing us to work through this presentation. It is my pleasure, I believe, with all the foregone conclusion and the recommendation from the Planning Commission, we would respectfully request your support for the water appeal and our PD rezoning application. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brockner, do you accept all the conditions as presented?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. The commissioners and many of you have been going for several hours now. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and reconvene. Thank you. I think I'm okay for now. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for that brief recess. We're going to reconvene. We have just concluded the applicant's presentation. Let me open it up to the Board of County Commissioners for any questions of the applicant. And while we're getting settled here, I'll ask a couple of my own. I think the first is probably for our water professional. Mr. Eklund, if you want to, sorry to put you on the spot right away here. And maybe before I ask this, I'll preface my comments by saying I'm a fifth-generation Coloradan, not a sixth-generation. So, Mr. Walker, I appreciate the time that your family has been here. And the balancing that we have to do as county commissioners is always recognizing the needs to honor private property rights. And I think I recognize the frustration in the years of wrangling to attempt to do something. The balancing I'm also considering is the concern of our citizens, that there is zoning in place for a reason, there's a demand standard there for a reason. And so continuing to look at that, and I think along the lines of the demand standards. So am I understanding that you're relying strictly upon non-renewable groundwater for this development?
So I think the best answer is I think I think the best answer to that, Commissioner Layden, is to say initially. So right now, and if you want to go back to generations past, my great-grandparents did a lot of things really well, and one of the things they did was they enabled us to have our groundwater rights. And we're very fortunate to have those included in our property rights, and that's what we talked about being able to use today. And so when we talk about our water plan and the initial phases of this rezoning, that's what we were talking about, using those groundwater rights. But one of the things that Mr. Eklund talked about is one of the pieces that was part of our CDPHE approvals, which was a specific fund that is part of our financial planning for the water and sanitation district that will be put up. That is a dedicated fund solely for the acquisition and integration of renewable water as part of the water supply for Pine Canyon. This is a very typical structure that we see throughout Douglas County and elsewhere, where developments, cities, otherwise start on groundwater, but then incorporate renewable water further down the line. And that is exactly our plan. It's exactly what we've committed to. It's exactly what's part of the funding and structure of the planned district for the water and sanitation providing for the property.
Well, thank you for that. I'm deeply concerned about sole reliance upon non-renewable groundwater. I'm trying to gather the data around, sufficient quantity, quality, and dependability of the water supply. Again, when it's non-renewable groundwater, at least initially, with no alternative sustainable supply. So maybe you can help me with that, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have been, as a state, looking at the Denver Basin for, well, as long as the Front Range has been the Front Range. And the science has gotten better over the years. It's confirmed that the rate of the depletion is much less than we had thought it would be. We don't see the types of subsidence that you see in places like the Central Valley of California, where 20 feet of subsidence has occurred in parts of the San Joaquin Delta because of the withdrawal of groundwater. But we do have a really complex, I used to describe it as 4 cereal bowls stacked on top of each other, but it's really more like 4 cereal bowls made out of sponge or something, because there's some places of the aquifer where the aquifer talks to the other parts of the formation. We're learning more and more about that all the time, but suffice it to say, when you're in the heart of the basin, when you're in the overlying the deepest part of that basin, that's a better place to be in terms of the resiliency piece that you're asking about. If you're up on the edge, just like a cereal bowl, you're going to potentially run out of water quicker if you're depleting that aquifer.
So where is this development?
So this development is smack dab in the middle of the formation. So it goes down into the heart of those 4 cereal bowls. It's in the middle. And as a result, it provides more sustainability than would be the case if it were out on the edge.
Okay. I'll pause for now, and I don't know if my fellow commissioner has some
Thank
additional
you.
questions.
I have to tell you that this presentation was very interesting because I have been hearing stuff for months about this. People have been asking me, and I've been telling them, don't talk to me. So I had staff start printing off documents last week because I wanted to read everything. I have spent the last 5 or 6 days reading everything. And what you all added filled in more of the gaps. So my first question is going to be for Mr. Eklund on the water appeal. So you've got your book there. I think that's the 2015 Colorado Water Plan that you were the chair of while that was created.
Yes, ma'am.
And I heard you talk about the water appeal, and there are 2 up here that we need to concern ourselves with. The third one, we don't need to concern ourselves with. But the first one says that this request will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. And I listened to what you had to say, and I believe that what you said is that this request will not be detrimental. Is that true?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay, you're an attorney. Are you going to expand on that?
Yes, ma'am. If given the opportunity, I'll go all day.
Not all day.
I really think that happens to call out the real benefit of this project. Is those are watchwords that have, I don't know if the Walkers intended for this to be the case, but the health, safety, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of the county is front and center in this entire plan. So they've got, specifically with respect to the water appeal, they've really been clear about trying to build as much buffer into that as possible because of this standard, because of 07.1. If you don't have those buffers, then there's a concern that you are not only, as Commissioner Layden said, predicating all of your water supply, your firm yield for your community on something that doesn't have, if there's no buffer there, that is a concern. So having the kind of threefold buffer is really important to this plan.
And the buffer is 35%.
35% of the water that they legally could take out is being left in the aquifer.
Remains.
Correct.
Okay. So my next question is going to be 07.02. It says the application provides sufficient supporting data of alternate water demand criteria. So the water supply is still considered sufficient in terms of quantity, quality, and dependability. Now, I think in listening to what I heard you say, that this plan also meets that approval standard. Did I hear you correctly?
You did, and the tables that were shown by Gina were really went to that point. They set out exactly an apples to apples comparison with the other communities in Douglas County and what they have, not just what they plan to do, but what they've actually witnessed. And that .2 standard is met.
Okay. Those are the questions I have for Mr. Eklund.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Thomas. So I think our staff has done a great job of coordinating citizen comment, and I don't want to belabor our time here and not allow citizens to come up and share what they would like to share. So with that, we'll begin citizen comment. As I mentioned at the top, I wanted to have people queue up at the beginning here. If you want to come up and state your name and where you're from, we'll go ahead and begin citizen comment.
May I ask they also spell their last name so we make sure if we go into Monday, we know who spoke?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Please spell your name so we're not getting duplicate testimony. And again, as I mentioned, I want to make sure that our elected counterparts have the opportunity to share with us as they're visiting from town of Castle Rock. Mayor Gray.
Thank you, Chair Layden, and thank you, Commissioner Thomas. I don't come up here lightly. We have a lot of collaborations, and we work together very well with Douglas County. So we don't usually ask Douglas County to do certain things, and they don't ask the town to do certain things. And so I don't come up here lightly at all. I think that we have kind of, to quote, Ghostbusters, we don't cross the streams very much. And so I do this with respect, and I also do it with reverence to the county commissioners. I appreciate that. I want to thank the county commissioners for here in the town of Castle Rock and our unanimous opposition to proposed unincorporated Pine Canyon development. Since the property owners withdrew the annexation application in the town of Castle Rock and submitted a county rezoning proposal over 4 years ago, the town of Castle Rock has consistently opposed this unincorporated urban level development in the heart of Castle Rock. Future residents who might live in this development wouldn't be aware that they're in Douglas County. They would feel like they're in Castle Rock. They'd be using our streets, they'd be using our parks, they'd be using everything except for our water. And I think that their water is unfortunately haphazard at best. I think we'll find that out from our water director as well. We had not had a productive meeting with Pine Canyon in quite some time. And I would say that's probably both our faults. Unfortunately, it has happened, and I was not a part of previous discussions with Pine Canyon, but I would love to be in discussions in the future with Pine Canyon. The 530 acres are completely surrounded by Castle Rock. The only way you get to Pine Canyon would be driving through our roads to Pine Canyon. The town's adamant opposition to this proposal based on clear fact that the proposed urban level development is completely surrounded by a town, but neither meets the town standards nor contributes to town needs. It is impossible to develop the property without impacting the town. I'm not sure exactly why the Pine Canyon in general thinks it won't be degradation to our town itself. You're going to be using our roads, you're going to be using everything in our area. As said earlier, it looks like they're going to be using our fire as well. The proposal ignores so many issues and concerns that residents, cost of traffic, I mentioned degradation of existing roadways, potential overflows from odors, unnecessary sewer treatment plant, pumping out groundwater rather than connecting to our renewable water system in the town of Castle Rock. The use of town parks and recreation facilities contributing to finances and complete lack of coordination with the town services. The utter failure of the proposal to annex the town's robust water. I think I have 6 minutes, right? Is that right? I have 6 minutes instead of 5 because I'm a town.
You represent an organization. Normally that's HOAs. Commissioner, are you okay with giving the mayor 6 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. The utter failure in this proposal to annex and connect to the town's town's robust water system only means the solely relies on non-renewable water for an indiscriminate amount of time, ignoring the drastic impact on future homeowners, not only in Pine Canyon, but on all of Castle Rock. The proposal ignores the fact that this development will not have the town's permission on road connections or easements. The proposal fails because the necessary road, water, and sewer connections required by using the town's right-of-way and easements that will not be granted in an unincorporated proposal. For these reasons, and substantial rationale provided to the town memorandum that should be part of your packet materials, we strongly urge you to vote no on both the water appeal and rezoning that suggests the applicant resubmit their proposal to town of Castle Rock, where the development can be considered by the community in a way it impacts the greatest. One of the other things is like it's unfortunate this hasn't been in Castle Rock yet, but it needs to be in Castle Rock. It needs to be in Castle Rock, and it's in the heart of Castle Rock. So there has been made mention of the mobility hub. I would say with relatively certain that we haven't had many discussions with CDOT regarding the mobility hub. We have had a few here and there. This location for mobility hub is actually Castle Rock's third choice. The first two choices are other locations. And not only that, most of my citizens don't want a mobility hub right now. We don't think they would need a mobility hub right now. We voted out transit years ago. And I think that, talking about a mobility hub right now, especially in that area that wouldn't be in Castle Rock, is putting the cart before the horse. Again, I thank you for your guys' time. I thank everyone for being here, and thanks for letting me stand up here and speak.
Thank you, Mayor Gray. And before we jump to you, sir, I'll get to you next, but I would like to recognize Councilmember Cavey from Castle Rock as well. Councilmember?
Thank you. I appreciate it, County Commissioners. So Laura Cavey, I am a council member for District 2 for Castle Rock. I'm also a resident. I live right across from this property. So first of all, the water appeal does not satisfy the first required criteria, which is that the request will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. The development is proposing to develop solely off of non-renewable groundwater supply, and what's worse, the lowest non-renewable groundwater supply for any development previously approved in Douglas County. I have been on council since 2020, and the transition of Castle Rock and Douglas County off of the non-renewable groundwater supplies has been a top priority in our region. Reference the creation of the Douglas County Water Commission. As a council member, I've approved almost $100 million in investments in long-term sustainable and renewable water supplies. This has been our top priority at the county and also at Castle Rock. Douglas County's own comprehensive master plan on water supply states in the very first paragraph, the Denver Basin alone, a non-renewable resource, cannot sustain the population's water needs long-term. Secondarily, we're talking about growing government by creating another small water and sanitation district in the middle of Castle Rock's water service area that has no previous experience running a water or wastewater system and will be subject to future issues like other small systems in the county. Number one is Bell Mountain Ranch, was incorporated in a Castle Rock system at considerable cost to those residents and Castle Rock due to the struggles maintaining their system and need to connect to a renewable water supply. Louviers just received millions of dollars from the county to try and fix their water system, which currently does not meet regulatory limits, and millions of those dollars are to connect Louviers to a renewable water supply. Okay? Finally, this duplicates expensive infrastructure by building an unneeded wastewater treatment plant and independent water system. This is a clear case of unnecessarily growing the government when it is clearly not needed. It allows the developer to avoid the costs of renewable water of $50 to $60 million and leaves that cost for somebody else, probably those future residents, to pay. This will also drive infrastructure and administration and likely result in a very high mill levy for anybody that's living there. And on top of that, this is definitely not anything that will engender affordable housing in this community. I urge you to please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cavey. Councilmember.
Good evening, Desiree LaFleur, Mayor Pro Tem for the town of Castle Rock. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time and your service to this great county. And I also want to recognize the Walker family for their history and heritage in this community as well. However, I am here to speak in opposition to the unincorporated Pine Canyon water appeal and proposed rezoning. This property, completely surrounded by the town, should be a part of Castle Rock and developed under our town laws and standards to ensure a harmonious community. The requested water appeal clearly violates your county standards by endangering public health, safety, and welfare, depleting groundwater, and not seeking a renewable water supply, and placing a foul sewage treatment plant that is completely unneeded only yards away from Castle Rock residents. The traffic impacts ignore our traffic criteria as well as yours by failing to be properly integrated into the town standards. These residents will be in the middle of town, but yet won't pay for the town parks and recreation facilities they will undoubtedly use. For these reasons and all the reasons contained in the town's strong opposition statements against the water appeal and rezoning, I strongly urge you to continue to deny the water appeal and rezoning and direct the developer to ask for town council's consideration of their development under the town annexation and laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember LaFleur. Let me ask, are there other elected officials with us that would like to make a public comment? Any other elected officials? Okay. With that, we'll queue up citizen comment. Yes, sir. And if you want to just state and spell your name for us and where you're from.
Thank you. Scott Walters, W-A-L-T-E-R-S. I actually live on Saddleback. So for the map, everybody knows the road that runs for almost the length of the development. And something that you said earlier in the conversation was you represent us, right? You represent the people of Douglas County. And looking at the history of the Walker Ranch, something stood out to me. It's been a history of us saying no. You know, going back 20 years, no, we didn't want a development then. 5 years later, no, we didn't want a development. 3 years later, it's been a history of the people of Castle Rock, where I live, the street that I abut to this neighborhood, of saying no. And so that just really jumped out at me. Another thing that jumped out at me is asking for our voice. So again, I live on Saddleback. You would think that we would have been approached for this. None of my neighbors knew anything about this. So when you said you reached out to the neighborhood and nobody showed up, I don't remember getting a letter in the mail. I don't remember somebody knocking on my door. We don't have a gated neighborhood. So if we were asked for that, at least in the last 8 years that I've lived there, we haven't known about this. You know, we haven't been asked for our feedback. If this community was something that was more like Escobar where we live, where it's probably one house per acre, I could get behind this. I think it looks like a beautiful neighborhood, but it's not. It's 2,000 new residences. It's a city within a city that we can't control, right? You hear all the issues. Another thing that jumped out was the statement about schools. I think you said it. It will be many, many years before the school goes in place. Our 6-year-old was number 93 on a wait list for one of the schools in the area, number 54 for another school. Across the street in Terrain, they're having kids go to Parker because too many houses have been built. So when I hear we're going to have another 2,000 houses, but the school is not going to be there for many, many years to come, I just wonder where those kids go. We drive our child to Littleton to go to school, which I think where you live, Mr. Walker. Sometimes it takes us as long to get to the highway from Escobar as it does to get to Littleton. Imagine another 2,000 houses funneling into Founders. It would be a nightmare. If people talk about a cut through, we have kind of a cut through Escobar. We now have speed bumps everywhere because people race through the neighborhood. We're, right in front of one of those. So everything I see about this neighborhood is just a no. The people are saying no. The community is saying no. The school system is saying no. None of this benefits us. And when we moved to our house, part of the beauty was the land, the animals. The fact that was zoned not as residential. So when we moved in, we didn't think there was going to be another 2,000 houses. A hotel. Could have never imagined having a hotel in our backyard. But that's where it is. So again, like others, urge you to say no, to vote no. Keep that going for another 20 to 30 years. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Courtney Hemenway, Hemenway. I'm a registered professional engineer, a bachelor's and master's in civil engineering. I have 43 years, Gina, of groundwater hydrology consulting. I've been an engineer for the record of design and installation and testing of over 150 Denver Basin large municipal wells, with over 70 wells completed in Douglas County. I've been the engineer of record for over 35 Denver Basin wells that are equipped for aquifer storage and recovery operations for the replenishment of aquifers with treated potable water. I've been the engineer of record for over 20 Denver Basin wells for the town of Castle Rock. I'm very familiar with Denver Basin aquifers. I've worked with the Pine Canyon development team intermittently over 20 years. In my career, I've compiled a significant volume of data related to Denver Basin aquifer well production and water level data. The data collected indicates that the publicized view of large water declines and the unreliability of the aquifers is not founded after critical review of the data. Recent studies in this area have also concluded there is much more recharge to the aquifers in this area than was previously thought. Worries of this development stealing or impacting the town's or other entities' groundwater rights are unfounded. Denver Basin groundwater rights are based on the static volume of water under each property with an allowable 1% annual withdrawal rate that provides for a 100-year aquifer life for each entity. Neither the town or Pine Canyon have or will use their allotted 1% withdrawal rate, thereby extending the aquifer life well beyond 100 years. The total non-tributary groundwater adjudicated this development is 710 acre-feet, with another 153 acre-feet per year of not non-tributary groundwater available. The Pine Canyon development full build-out is 459 acre-feet per year, or using 65%, which we've heard 35% left in the ground that they're legally entitled. The town of Castle Rock currently relies on 67% of its water supply from Denver Basin groundwater. The current water master plan states the goal to use 65 renewable by the year 2055, which still relies on 25% of Denver Basin by year 2055. Part of the renewable water supply for the town is water from the Denver Aurora WISE project. This is a highly variable source of water that can be greatly reduced in drought years when it would be needed by the town, by the town. Denver Basin groundwater will be needed to be relied on during those conditions in the future for the town. The Pine Canyon development has a very reliable plan that conservatively uses Denver Basin groundwater with 100% reuse of return flow effluent from the development. The plan will not be impacted by droughts. The reuse is highly treated Reg 84 Category 3 plus water, which surpasses the Category 2 water that the town currently discharges to Plum Creek and the alluvial groundwater. The water supply plan structure is not new. As we've learned, several developments in and around Douglas County have successfully used similar plans. The Pine Canyon development project,
and sir, if you could wrap up your comments,
has been thoroughly engineered, designed, and should be approved.
Okay, thank you, sir. Additional citizen comment?
Commissioner Lane,
Yeah.
would you mind asking staff to put the criteria on, there's two different sets of criteria, I understand, but if we could have the criteria for the application itself so that people, when they give comments, can refer to the criteria?
That's a great idea, Commissioner Thomas. Staff, if you're able to put up all of the legal approval standards, I think we'd appreciate that. Yes, sir. If you'd like to state your name and where you're from, sure. And if you can spell that.
Snodgrass, Snodgrass. I live in the Woodlands, and the developer has stated that they've had several successful meetings with the neighbors. We collected over 500 signatures on a petition opposing the development within the county as opposed to the town. I would say we had a 0.1% disapproval rate. The community does not support this project. The petition reads as follows. Pine Canyon is the property bounded by the Woodlands and Escavera subdivisions on one side, Front Street to the west, and across 25 and Founders Parkway to the north. The project is not in the town of Castle Rock. The purpose of this document is to petition the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to require the project be annexed into the town of Castle Rock and built to the town standards. The developer is seeking approval to build 1,800 residential units, 600,000 square feet of commercial space, and a resort hotel, as well as a sewage treatment plant. The petition is to ensure that all the impacts on our community are addressed by those most affected and built to the standards of the town of Castle Rock. So why build the project in the town? Aside from the water issues, the project's traffic study indicates it'll generate 22,054 vehicle trips per day. Annualize that number, that equates to 8 million vehicle trips per year. That's 8 million. By developing the project in the county, the developer avoids paying the sales tax that funds the town of Castle Rock. So every nail, every piece of wallboard, yard of concrete would generate 4% sales tax to the town The town does not get that because it's developed in the county. The developer will likely say the project will develop additional property taxes. It may be true, but the portion of the town is negligible. This is a clear public safety issue, as the project again results in 8 million vehicle trips a year, and they don't pay for it. And they don't pay for the police and fire and safety protection that would be required. The unnecessary burden will be borne by the citizens of the town of Castle Rock. Therefore, we ask that you reject the project due to unfunded public safety issues, because to approve this project would be bad governance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Additional citizen comment. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Jerry Duncan, D-U-N-C-A-N. I'm in Cobblestone Ranch. I am also a certified professional engineer in the state of Colorado, specializing in water treatment. So that is my top concern with this development. I'd like to just zoom out for a moment to demonstrate my concern. 70% of municipal water in South Metro Denver comes from the Denver Basin, and we're currently pumping water out of the Denver Basin about 10 times the rate that it can be naturally replenished. Some U.S. Geological Survey models show that areas of the Denver Basin could run dry within 35 years. I believe that this is clearly unsustainable and a shift to renewable water supplies needs to occur. Personally, I think that large developments such as this should no longer rely solely on groundwater supplies in our state. I do applaud their recycled water system. I was not aware of that before today, and I applaud the initiative there, but I don't think it goes far enough. As you heard, the developers are asking for a reduction to the demand to be planned for it to be about 1/3 of what's typically required by Douglas County and 1/4 what's required by the town of Castle Rock. This is short-sighted in my opinion, and commissioners, I ask you to please deny this plan as listed until renewable water supplies can be incorporated.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Welcome, sir.
For the speaker. My name is Les Lilly. I reside at 4798 North Lariat Drive.
Sir, how do you spell your last name?
I was going to spell it Lilly.
Thank you.
And I'm going to keep it real short and simple. Just vote no. Just vote no twice, because this isn't needed. I've been a resident of Douglas County for over 44 years, and Douglas County does not need a planned development in the middle of town of Castle Rock. I think in addition, at one of the breaks you took a vote, you asked for a show of hands. You should have maybe split it up. How many of you are Douglas County residents and how many of you are Castle Rock residents? And it would have been the same, but it would be anyway, it would have been interesting to see what the split was. I think there are a number of Douglas County residents and a number of Castle Rock residents that oppose this. So vote no. It doesn't meet the town standards, doesn't meet the county standards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, commissioners and fellow citizens. My name is Robert DeZubla. That's spelled D-Z-I-U-B-L-A, and I have the pride of being the most difficult name here, I expect. The developer said that they practice reflective planning and neighborhood outreach. Page 15 of the county staff report says the Castle Pines Home Association was the only registered HOA notified as part of the county referral process. Think about that. The only HOA that was notified. Terrain wasn't notified. Cobblestone Ranch, where I live, wasn't notified. Why weren't we notified? Part of a democracy is to hear the voice of the people, and they certainly did not want to hear our voices that are coming out today. The water request will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of present or future inhabitants of the county. I strongly believe that this proposed development would not be to any of our benefit. My major problem is that the water study and the traffic study do not integrate. And we're going to have 22 million more vehicles on the road each year. What happens when a wildfire comes through? Is there going to be sufficient water? How is a wildfire going to be contained? We're all going to be crispy critters when a wildfire comes through because everybody's going to evacuate at the same time. This development is 1,800 homes. Canyon South is asking to be 525 homes. We're looking at 2,300 new homes on Founders Parkway in the next few years. When a wildfire hits and everybody evacuates, we're all going to be fried in our cars. And that's not the way life should go. Don't allow Pine Canyon to do an end run around the county's water standards. If they want to amend the county water standards, go through the process. Let the county commission propose new water standards. Let the population say, we agree with it, we don't agree with it. Allow us input, but don't allow an end run. Everybody is deeply opposed to this, and I strongly urge you to listen to the voice of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Marlowe, welcome.
Can I get 6 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mark Marlowe, Director at Castle Rock Water for the last 11 years, professional engineer with over 30 years experience with water utilities. Just a couple of things I want to say. I disagree with the things that have been said about groundwater. I have over 60 wells that I operate at Castle Rock Water, and there's definitely concern that we need to be aware of, and we need to be managing those. Groundwater rights are also paper water. They don't reflect the physical availability. So that's important to understand. All right. The proposed water appeal does not meet Douglas County's criteria in 1808A07 because there's no long-term renewable water supply. There's a potential large future negative financial impact to residents of the proposed development when underfunded water supplies and infrastructure become an issue in the future. There is no backup or redundant supply. This is no connection to another water provider, something which other Douglas County water providers have. The water supply proposed will not even begin to provide the same level of fire protection as the surrounding Castle Rock water system, putting residents and firefighters at needless additional risk, and well-to-well interference will be detrimental to Castle Rock water system, which will financially burden our residents as well as impact Pine Canyon's ability to provide adequate water supply. The county's master plan states a non-renewable groundwater is not a sustainable long-term supply, as does the state engineer, most recently in a letter to Douglas County in 2023 on this development. In some of the applicant's materials, they have given the impression that the state has approved their water supply. This is not the case. The state engineer states in their most recent letter on their water supply that the county should look into requiring a renewable water supply. All of the major water providers in Douglas County also believe non-renewable groundwater is not a sustainable long-term supply, which is why they have spent hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 2 decades transitioning off of this supply. State water plan that James Eklund oversaw references at least 10 times concerns with non-renewable groundwater sustainability. The county has taken numerous actions over the last 2 decades to help water suppliers transition off of non-renewable groundwater, including the WISE project. Jill Rapello was on the commission at the time and instrumental in helping the WISE project. More recently, Douglas County, of course, created the Douglas County Water Commission to study how to get off, how to create a long-term water supply for the county. Those commissioners that were willing to comment on that urged that you vote no on the appeal. Just in the last several years, we have seen several small underfunded water utilities without adequate long-term water supplies be bailed out by Castle Rock Water and Douglas County at the cost of millions of dollars. Why would we create another small underfunded utility when we don't have to? This new development will not be connected to any other water suppliers, which does not provide the level of dependability that the county should require, especially for a water appeal that's going to be reliant on this small number. The water provider for the last appeal approved by the county, Dominion, Sterling Ranch, is connected to Castle Rock Water and Roxborough Water, and has renewable water supply, over 70% renewable water supply, I might say. By way of further water providers in Douglas County, by way, Castle Rock Water is connected to Parker, Castle Pines Metro, Dominion, and the Pinery as another example. Most water providers are connected to someone else. The water supply proposed by the applicant will not provide anywhere near the level of reliability, dependability, redundancy, and fire flow capacity the Castle Rock water system would provide. Why would you approve a water appeal and force residents to settle for a water system inside Castle Rock that will not have at least the same or better fire protection capacity as Castle Rock water's system? This puts the health and safety of residents of the development, Castle Rock residents around the development, and Castle Rock fire personnel at risk. To exemplify this issue, the total well capacity estimated by the applicant is 880 gallons per minute. Now, this doesn't even meet minimum fire flow requirements in Castle Rock. We require 1,500 gallons per minute at a minimum. The applicant is probably going to propose a water storage tank. Still, this doesn't really solve the issue because storage tanks are typically designed for about 2 hours of fire flow. Why settle for 2 hours of fire flow when you can have Castle Rock water system right there that can provide fire flow all day long for several days at a time? In addition to being based solely off of non-renewable groundwater, the applicant is proposing in this water appeal to develop off of 1/5 of the amount of groundwater that Castle Rock and Parker would require. Further, for part of their water supply, they're relying on the Dawson Aquifer, which is not reliable. In fact, we have a church just this week, last couple of weeks, in unincorporated Douglas County that has contacted us because they need to connect to us because their Dawson well has failed. If you remove the Dawson and other unreliable water supplies in their portfolio, which again, these are paper water rights, including Laramie, Fox Hills, and not non-tributary water, they barely have enough paper water to meet their lower demand standard. For example, and just to exemplify this, on the Dawson Aquifer, I think the applicant indicates that pumping from the Dawson will be at 98.5 gallons per minute. Castle Rock has 4 Dawson wells around this development, and they average less than 56 gallons per minute. Okay. Bottom line, the applicant, for many reasons, does not meet either criteria under 1808A07, and the water appeal should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Additional citizen comment? No stranger to the board. Welcome, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Diana Love. Because this is so much based on environmental, I'll give you a little bit, hopefully I have enough in 3 minutes, because I want to address the legal insufficiency of 1808.A.07.1. I was the National Director for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I was a senior solicitor for the U.S. Department of the Interior. I was a chief prosecutor for a 4-county environmental agency. I have more, but that is my basis for how I'm addressing you today. I'm going to address the legal insufficiency of 1808A.07.1, legally insufficient. I'll tell you why. Back in 2011, we're specifically talking about especially the future inhabitants of the county. Back in 2011, the USGS did a special study, and they called it Effects of Development on Groundwater Sustainability in the Denver Basin Aquifer System in Colorado. At that time, in 2011, development at that time, they said, guess what? Basically, in 50 years, the entire aquifer system is going to collapse. So what do you think is happening now to our aquifer and our water system? Because think about development from 2011 to date. That does not meet the future inhabitants of the county's welfare. If our aquifers collapse, which is going to happen if this development keeps up, guess what? Our wells are gone, our homes are gone, we're gone. So what I'm saying today is that the appeal be denied, go back to the drawing board, because I understand this is your family property. I'm not saying never development. I'm saying this is the wrong thing to do. In Franktown, I am now the president of the Franktown Citizens Coalition. In Franktown, back in 2017, we had a fight. These commissioners were present at that fight. I think Commissioner Layden was on the Planning Commission, actually. And we presented with hydrogeologists, by the way, paleontologists. One of them is here today, Malcolm Bedell. You guys the commissioners have a letter, talking fast, I don't have much time. Commissioners have a letter from Mr. Bedell, laying out what's wrong and what's egregiously wrong about this development based on the water. I get. Back then, we said the same thing. People were trying to change in Franktown and really develop it and change it all. And we said, look, you're zoned for 5 acres or more. We understand that. Develop that. We're not saying don't develop it. We are saying, and I am saying, and the Franktown Citizens Coalition is saying, this doesn't mean 1808A.07.1, don't approve it. Please, send them back to the drawing board. Let them build something that meets it legally. And I'm out of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Love. Mr. Debus.
Thank you, Commissioners. Gary Debus, General Manager, Sterling Ranch Cab or Community Authority Board. Appreciate your time today. I'm here to recommend that the Commissioners deny the water appeal, and I have some specific reasons to do that. While I'm flattered, and my speech was a little bit different than after I saw the presentation, while I'm flattered that Sterling Ranch is used really as a sterling standard that I saw up here, and we should be, that didn't happen overnight. I mean, if we drop back a couple of decades ago when Sterling Ranch was first being considered and running through the entitlement process, water was a key issue. And through that time, it became even more important that water, whether it was renewable and how it was managed within the community, would be extremely important. CAB is the retail water provider in Sterling Ranch. And so when we get to a water appeal, and if some of you remember a couple of years ago when CAB was here, along with the entire Sterling Ranch team, to talk about a water appeal to reduce that threshold from where we started at 0.4 acre feet to get down to where we are today. There was a tremendous amount of work that went into that. Landscape planning, I mean, it took a decade. It took a lot of time for the indoor uses so that we could also reduce those amounts of water. Lastly, I would say that it has also cost us several $100,000 for our ratepayers and our taxpayers to do the reporting, the auditable reporting that has been required through community development, the Planning Commission, and the board to have that water appeal approved. I see none of that today. It's like, give us this right now and we'll prove it up later. I don't think that's the way Douglas County government should work, especially with the water appeal when we talk about new development. So that's really my presentation. Our citizens have paid a couple $100,000 for these reports, and we're still required today for the next 2 years at a minimum to come back with auditable reporting on the water usage and demand in Sterling Ranch so that we can continue with that water appeal that we have today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Debus. Ms. Cole.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity. Andrea Cole, COLE, General Manager of Dominion Water and Sanitation District, and I'm following both great people here with General Manager Gary Debus as well as Mark Marlowe at Castle Rock. So I would like to keep my comments focused on the water side. As Gary mentioned, Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board is the owner of the demand standard. So just from a water perspective, Dominion is a wholesale water and wastewater provider located in northwest Douglas County. We were formed in 2004 to serve the master plan community of Sterling Ranch and those existing adjacent communities on non-renewable groundwater supplies. And I'll get back to that comment in just a little bit. Because Douglas County recognized that the foundation of a resilient and healthy community is renewable water supplies, the key requirement from the county as part of Dominion's service plan was having at a minimum 70% renewable water supplies for our customers. This was to protect the health, welfare, and safety of those customers and Douglas County residents today and well into the future. And that's something that we need to be focused on as well, is the future, not just today. Dominion has achieved this at significant expense. Around approximately $200 million, Dominion has secured over 1,800 acre-feet of renewable water supplies to meet all of the existing and future demands of our customers. This renewable water supply will be reused and reused successfully within Dominion's system, providing additional renewable water supplies to its customers, continuing to preserve the aquifer. A key distinction to note is the basis of Dominion's water is renewable, not reusing a non-renewable groundwater source. Further, Dominion will responsibly use the aquifer to assist in meeting demands as needed during times of drought or other hydrological variability, ultimately exceeding the 70% renewable requirement that the county had initially requested. To note, Dominion has provided its customers to date 100% renewable water supplies. While we have drilled a well in Cherokee, that well has not been equipped and won't be equipped for some time as Dominion's strong renewable water supply continues to meet and exceed the demands needed today. I would also like to point out that the county proactively identified areas within Northwest Douglas County that were reliant on non-renewable groundwater and requested that Dominion have sufficient renewable supplies to meet those existing communities' water needs. This is why Dominion's service area is large and encompasses existing communities such as Thunderbird, Laver's, which you already heard about, and Noel and Sedalia. With Dominion's robust renewable water supply portfolio, those existing communities that are now struggling have access to renewable supplies, protecting their way of life and those residents within Douglas County. These are key distinctions and in direct contrast to the Pine Canyon development in front of you today. By allowing a high-density urban development to move forward on 100% non-renewable groundwater, the county is not only putting those future residents at risk, but also those surrounding communities. Dominion has concerns that Pine Canyon's use of the aquifer will impact our decreed groundwater rights that Dominion is actively preserving for those times of need in the future. However, without a referral request from Douglas County, we were not provided the opportunity to review this potential impact. I will not comment on the process, as Gary already just touched on that. With these comments and those of many other water providers within Douglas County, I respectfully request that the Board of County Commissioners deny the Pine Canyon Plan Development application in front of you today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Jacob Bauer, B-A-U-E-R. I'm a professional geologist, and I'm also a hydrogeologist at LRE Water in Denver, Colorado. Over the past 10 years, I've been hired by the town of Castle Rock to provide consulting services related to Denver Basin groundwater. I'm here to speak today regarding the groundwater issues that I believe the commissioners should consider when evaluating the groundwater supply at this development. The first concern is the lack of reliability or dependability. The development does not include any renewable water supply. As you are aware, entities that pump non-tributary water in Douglas County are continually seeking renewable, also known as surface water, sources. In contrast, groundwater produced from non-tributary and not non-tributary aquifers like this project, that's a portion based on aquifer life of 100 years. While the water may exist on paper, there's considerable uncertainty in how much water can be continuously produced within the Pine Canyon development from each aquifer. Of particular concern is the Dawson Aquifer. Less than a mile to the south, Castle Rock's just installed a Dawson well and found a saturated thickness of 130 feet. That is not enough to last 100 years. It is not dependable. It is not reliable. The second set of issues I wanted to ask the commission to consider is we have completed analyses of drawdown from the Pine Canyon wells at Castle Rock's wells. This is based on reasonable assumptions of pumping rates and aquifer parameters, hydrogeology, and that analysis indicates that several of Castle Rock's wells could experience significant drawdowns exceeding 50 feet from this project. That additional 50 feet means higher pumping costs for Castle Rock. That's a hit to Castle Rock's pocketbook. And the final issue I wanted to talk about is the impact to Castle Rock's efforts towards aquifer storage and recovery. If approved, the Pine Canyon development has a high likelihood of undermining Castle Rock's efforts to use Denver Basin aquifers for aquifer storage and recovery. That's the process of putting water in the ground to recover later. Castle Rock has equipped their wells at considerable expense to allow these wells to store water underground. If this project proceeds, Castle Rock's efforts to upgrade their facilities and store excess water and extend the life of the aquifers will be negated because that water can simply be pumped by the adjacent development. And that would be a detriment to Castle Rock's residents and the future inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Ryan, R-E-I-N, and I'm a former employee of the Division of Water Resources. I was the Director of the Division of Water Resources and the State Engineer from 2017 up through December of 2023. The town has requested that I make some comments today, and in that regard, the scope of my comments is very limited. In particular, I want to talk about two pieces of correspondence you have from my office at the time, the State Engineer's office, one while I was State Engineer, and that is the April 14th, 2023 letter to the town, to Douglas County with comments on Pine Canyon. The other is a 2005 memo on reviewing Denver Basin subdivisions. And the reason I have that information is because the State Engineer's office has a statutory responsibility to comment on subdivisions that meet a statutory definition. And for developments that don't, as a courtesy, we will supply those comments, and that's the case with Pine Canyon. That is the context for my comments today. To get to the specific documents I'm talking about, the April 14th, 2023 comments we provided on Pine Canyon has a specific comment in it that says, and I'll paraphrase so you don't hear me reading things you have on the record, but the source of water for the development is a non-renewable aquifer, and that the county should be aware that the economic life of water supply based on wells in the Denver Basin may be less than 100 years for allocation, and that's due to anticipated water level declines. It's appropriate to require development of renewable water resources. I'm sorry. It's very important that I correct what I just said. The county should determine whether it's appropriate to require development of renewable water resources. We've put that in comment letters for decades, and I want to go to the March 4th, 2005 memo, which says a lot of the same thing, but specifically the adequacy is legal adequacy. Water is legally available. It does not guarantee that 100-year aquifer life, and the county should consider whether renewable water resources are required. Why did the State Engineer's office provide these comments? It's because we saw over time, over the years, that when we see that there's a 100-year aquifer life, that must mean that the water is available for 100 years. Of course, everyone in the room has heard differently today, and these comments are to say that 100-year aquifer life is an allocation approach. It is not a guarantee of a water supply. And in the State Engineer's role in advising the counties, the way water is allocated, and with our scientific information and data, we wanted the county to know that water levels could decline, that 100 years may not be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Additional citizen comment. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Gabe Rax, spelled R-A-C-Z. I'm a partner with the law firm of Ranish and Reich and a water and environmental attorney with over 20 years of experience, and I represent the town of Castle Rock. And for my entire career, I've been representing municipalities, water districts, and others to help them solve water problems in Douglas County. The central theme of this work has been to support alternative supplies and strategies to manage the finite, non-renewable Denver Basin groundwater resources in Douglas County. This includes developing local renewable water sources and forming partnerships to find regional solutions. In this water appeal, Pine Canyon is proposing to dramatically lower the Douglas County water demand standards for the proposed development. And because this development would rely on non-renewable Denver Basin groundwater as its supply, the proposal is inconsistent with not only the decades-long efforts of Douglas County water providers to reduce reliance on Denver Basin groundwater resources to better manage it, but also inconsistent with the standards that you see in front of you for water appeal. Based on what you've just heard from the experts, the water appeal does not meet either of the requirements in the Douglas County zoning resolution. As the former state engineer, Kevin Ryan, has just said, based on his experience as state engineer, the water supply in the Denver Basin aquifers is not renewable, as many have told you, and the economic and reliable withdrawal of water becomes more difficult from those aquifers over time. And it's not a guaranteed water supply for the 100-year allocation. For this reason, the state engineer's office made a recommendation on this appeal that the county should consider alternative renewable water resources. And therefore, the Pine County has failed to show a sufficiently dependable water supply as required by the zoning resolution. You also heard from Jacob Bauer with Leonard LRE, who told you that the Dawson Aquifer at the Pine Canyon location is unreliable based on yields from Castle Rock's wells, which means the water supply is not dependable or sufficient in quantity, and that the Pine Canyon's proposed water supply could lead to significant problems for Castle Rock's wells and aquifer storage and recovery efforts. This means that Pine Canyon's request would be detrimental to the welfare of Castle Rock residents who are also county residents. And it's another reason why the water appeal should be denied. And then, as you heard from Mark Marlowe, director of Castle Rock Water, this proposal, water supply is not reliable and would leave future residents of Douglas County holding the bag when they have to find renewable water sources for the development long after the developer is gone. This large financial impact makes the request detrimental to the welfare of future residents of Douglas County, and therefore the water appeal does not meet the requirements of the zoning resolution, and we respectfully request the commission deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Starling, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Layden. My name is Lisa Darling, Darling just like sweetheart. I am the Executive Director of the South Metro Water Supply Authority and South Metro Wise Authority. I also act as the Chairman of the State's Metro Roundtable, a member of the Interbasin Compact Committee, and I also serve as the President of the Board of Trustees of Water Education Colorado. I serve in all of those roles at the behest of and the service of my members. South Metro was established in 2004 with the specific goal of transitioning its Denver South members from non-tributary groundwater to renewable and sustainable water supplies. These regional efforts were undertaken to reduce pressure on the underlying declining non-renewable groundwater aquifers, preserving this limited and essential resource to avert those impacts that would indeed be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the communities in the region, as well as avoiding and causing significant economic disruptions to the region's prosperity. The membership is actually comprised of water providers in both Douglas and Arapahoe County. In fact, the Douglas County provider members represent over 85% of the county's service areas. These providers are dedicated to finding long-term solutions to the challenges of sustainable water supply development in the areas of both quality and quantity. For example, member providers including the town of Castle Rock, Parker Water, Centennial Water and Sanitation District, and Dominion Water and Sanitation District are all working very diligently to do so by developing aquifer storage and recovery, advancing collaborative renewable water supply projects such as the WISE Partnership and the Platte Valley Water Partnership, and actively participating in water development, policy development throughout these statewide efforts. These endeavors, requiring investments of hundreds of millions of dollars, are resulting in positive strides being made towards a regional water plan that will support the community values and the vitality of Douglas County. The goal remains that the county's non-tributary groundwater should be conjunctively used with surface and alluvial groundwater supplies so that its Denver Basin water rights can be kept in reserve for emergency drought supply and recovery. This objective closely aligns with the 2023 Colorado Water Plan, reference page 30 on the Denver Basin Aquifer, and reference the associated South Platte Basin Implementation Plan. To allow the applicant to develop solely on the use of non-tributary groundwater without adequate alternative renewable water supplies is simply counter to every effort currently being made, putting the residents of member providers and others in harm's way by allowing that water usage without prudent responsibility management of the aquifers, even with consideration of a proposed reduced water demand standard. It's really important to remember that Pine Canyon will still be here long after we're all gone. 200 years, 300 years from now, will be gone, and likely also will the productive non-tributary aquifers. We therefore respectively, and honoring your family and your family's history, strongly encourage you to deny the water appeal and instead ask the applicant to work with Castle Rock Water on obtaining access to long-term renewable water supplies and a regional water supply plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. How are you? My name is Mark Steinke, and that's spelled Steinke, and I have nothing to say about water, I promise. I'm actually
We'll
here as a
believe you after we
representative.
listen to your testimony.
I'm here as a representative for Raptors Athletics, which is the youth sports program here in the Castle Rock area for over 40 years. And as a nonprofit organization, we've been proudly provided youth sports opportunities to children from Monument, Colorado to Highlands Ranch, and extend even east to Franktown. And I know you did earlier a little survey of hands in the air, and I'm afraid all of my constituents were still in school. And then they're now actually on the practice fields right now, even though I wish that they could be here. You've seen the amount we can bring bear in this sort of a situation. It's a pretty big and loyal community that we've got here. And we feel like our community is facing a serious issue. It's a significant deficiency of fields for the children of Douglas County, particularly in Castle Rock. And with the proposed changes at the Douglas County Fairgrounds, we're set to lose those fields that we've relied on for more than 30 years. This loss threatens continuation of our youth sports programs for our kids in Castle Rock, which have been a cornerstone of our community for decades. And through all these town halls and all these other meetings that we've been to and I've gone to, it's been great. This county and you guys as commissioners have promised us that those fields will not be destroyed until we've got replacements. And, this loss just threatens the continuation of our program. So, unfortunately, we haven't had any sort of viable replacement that's been identified, leaving us to resolve this critical issue really basically on our own. And I have to say that up to this point in time, the only person who stepped forward with a solution is Kurt Walker. He's reached out to me personally and presented a plan to support the youth in Castle Rock. Other proposals made by Douglas County, such as fields located in Parker, don't really serve the needs of Castle Rock, even though they are great county opportunities. The Pine Canyon development offers a practical solution by providing fields directly accessible to our community, aligning with this community's needs and ensuring the continuation for the current pool of children. So I am, and Raptors Athletics and our program and our people, our kids and our youth of Castle Rock are fully in support of the Pine Canyon development because of the direct outreach to us and their commitment to resolving the field deficiency that threatens to cut our children's season short. Their approach ensures that youth sports in Castle Rock can thrive, and it reinforces the importance of local solutions that truly serve the community. I really thank you guys for giving me the time tonight to talk. And I thank the community that supported us and the great Douglas County community that we're a part of. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reed.
Chair, Commissioner, my name is Randy Reed. Excuse me, Randy Reed, R-E-E-D. My family didn't have enough money to buy another valve, so we just had to double up there. I'll be real quick, Tori. This project is surrounded by, if not the best water provider in Douglas County, and certainly one of the very best ones. It seems to me to easily get that 0.701 achieved is to get this developed in the town of Castle Rock, where they can hook up with Castle Rock Water, which is one of the best providers in this county. You were already presented with the petition I was part of that showed about 500 people felt this should be developed in the town of Castle Rock. That would be my request to you, is to deny this on the water appeal and get this thing developed in the town like it should have been about 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Welcome.
My name is Clark Hamelman. I'm a resident of the county. It's Hammelman. Last fall, I was interviewed by both of you and along with Commissioner George Teal for a position on the Douglas County Water Commission. I was honored to be selected for that commission. During my interview, though, I said I believe that the county should never issue a land use permit that relies solely on groundwater. I hope you remember that I said that. I continue to believe that, and I also suggest that Pine Canyon is the perfect example of why that is the case. In its documentation, Pine Canyon states, and I'm quoting, "The only viable pathway for Pine Canyon is the creation of its own water and sanitation district." As we know, that means they want to build a system that relies solely on groundwater because it's the cheapest way to go. However, in their documentation, they go on to say, and I'm quoting, "Pine Canyon is willing and eager to join and create county-wide and regional partnerships. We are keen to work in partnership with other entities on a variety of water-related issues." But then they add these words, "only after approval of the rezoning." So what they're really saying is they are just giving gratuitous lip service to the county and state water policies. They know that the proposed groundwater system is not sustainable. If approved, and after they build their low-cost but non-sustainable system, and after they have sold the properties in the development, the end users will, by necessity, have to figure out how to get renewable water. The applicant, however, will be long gone by then. The county and other responsible water providers will be held hostage by the Pine Canyon groundwater-only system, and we will all be left to pick up the pieces. Therefore, I urge you who are the county commissioners of today, not to simply pass this problem on to your future counterparts. I trust that's not the legacy that you want for your time as a commissioner. Instead, you should make the responsible decision now. Deny this low-cost, short-term focused application. Send Pine Canyon back to the drawing board to create a sustainable plan that actually achieves the needed policies and objectives. Send Pine Canyon back to the drawing board to pay their share, as we've heard. It costs money to provide renewable water. Send Pine Canyon back to the drawing board and demand that they actually work with the many county water providers who are already bringing renewable water to our water users. So for this and for many other reasons that have been discussed, I urge you to do the right thing by rejecting the Pine Canyon water appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamelman, and thank you for your service on the Water Commission. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is David Hamelman, last name spelled the same way as the other guy.
Okay.
I am on the Town of Castle Rock Water Commission, I'm chair, and in that capacity, I do agree with what the municipal representatives have said, Mr. Marlowe and others, in terms of the non-renewable water issue. I'm also, though, I'm sorry, I said I do live in Castle Rock, in the county. I also serve as the member of the board of directors of a metro district in the town, and so I'm very concerned and aware of the property tax issues, which you are aware that everyone has been working with and struggling with. The application of what I believe is an unnecessary infrastructure, which will cost, and I don't have any inside details, of $40 or $50 million perhaps, and to operate this, and it's hard to find staff, as the other municipal operators will tell you, to operate a place like this will be an expense that, in my opinion, is unnecessary. I believe Mr. Walker and Mr. Scott do have the right to develop their property, and it will be developed at some point. But we're looking, so there will be future inhabitants and businesses in the county. But to saddle them with an unnecessary expense, which will the inhabitants and the businesses will be paying for years in the future, is detrimental to the welfare of those future inhabitants. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi there. My name is Grant McInnes, MACINNIS. I am a resident of Denver, And I work for a company called Veolia. Veolia is a company of about 220,000 people. We operate and own utilities around the world, and we supply water treatment process technologies to municipalities, and that's my particular focus. I'm one of our business leaders in the United States providing those technologies. We have many different types of technologies available, ranging from the very basic to very advanced. Someone earlier referred to the wastewater treatment plant that was planned here as a foul wastewater treatment plant, and that might actually be applicable in some of the very basic technologies, but the technology and the process flow selected here that is designed around is in fact the very opposite of that. The process that is chosen as sort of the heart, the linchpin of this treatment is something called membrane bioreactor technology. That membrane bioreactor technology has been identified as the best available treatment for water reuse. It has the small footprint and is optimized for odor control to be good neighbors. But probably more importantly, it is the best available technology to provide reuse water. That reuse water, as I understand here, the plan is not to necessarily use any of that for potable reuses, but just to illustrate how effective that technology is. It is being used all over the world in exactly that application where wastewater is being turned directly into potable drinking water. I had a call in the parking lot immediately before that, which was based on that exact same concept, where we're working on a project right now using MBRs in that application. The scholarship that has evolved over MBRs and direct potable reuse in the last couple of years has demonstrated conclusively the near complete absence of any pathogens, bacteria, protozoa that you would find downstream of most traditional water treatment plants. So I think my point here today is really just to emphasize that how responsible I think the design of that wastewater treatment plant is, and to say that I think it would be really unfair to characterize it as a foul wastewater treatment plant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bowen. And you can approach our council with any exhibits. Sir, just a moment. We're going to, unless Mr. Bowen, did you want to testify?
Oh, you want to? No, go ahead. Okay. I've been here for a while. Well, yeah. My name is Doug Michener, M-I-C-H-E-N-E-R. I'm a wastewater pumper. I've done this for 30 years, owned a company in Breckenridge for 30 years. So I clean these plants. And this to me looks like just an upsized septic system to me, where, they pump the water comes out of the houses, they treat the water, and then they use the water back through the lawns and stuff like that. And it looks to me like, and I've seen this type of system work really well, quite a bit. There's really nothing wrong with it. The problem is that they're not trying to save any water. They're not using, the landscaping is going to require a lot of water, and they're going to generate, enough water to literally water all these lawns and stuff like that. But that doesn't help the aquifer out. The aquifer is still going to get a lot of water pulled out of it. It's going to be gone. And it's a single use. Their only buffer they have, if they have a big rainstorm or whatever, and all the water rushes off the lawns and stuff like that, it goes into this, 17-acre hayfield, and that's going to be what protects your streams from getting eutrophication from the extra nutrients that are still in this wastewater. Because that's what it is. It is wastewater. It's not potable water. It's not like Castle Rock took the time and the money to generate this back to drinking water quality. If it was back to drinking water quality, I'd be impressed. But I'm really not impressed with this reuse of this water. And I think the town of Castle Rock really should have control of this whole thing. I'm not against development. I think it would be development anyway. But I think they should, kiss and make up and work it out with the town.
Thank you, sir. Steve.
Well, I like the idea of kissing and making up. I'm Steve Bowen, last name spelled B-O-A-N-D, 5761 Lower Twin Creek Road, Castle Rock, Colorado. I am a resident of unincorporated Douglas County at present. I want to talk with you about water tonight, and I know you haven't been awash sufficiently in water numbers yet, but I want to tell you that the fundamentals that we operate under don't bear moving this forward at this time. I handed you kind of the classic computation for water supply as we do it across the state, and it's on the back page. I tried to keep this real simple. If you look at the numbers that the state engineer determined as water supply available, and then you add our best estimate for what's recoverable from the aquifers, I think you've heard tonight from several folks that we don't get everything out that we can have, and the courts are very good at identifying paper water supplies. You really only have a 71-year water supply for this project, even using the appeal standards that are proposed by the applicant. We need to work further on getting this project to where it should be with water supply. My basic points are this: the water supply does not meet the basic 100-year minimum water supply in Section 18A, not part of the appeal. This is part of the fundamentals of 18A. The state engineer's comments that you heard Kevin Ryan and Mark Marlowe talk about are directly on point. Lack of a comprehensive water supply plan is a problem at this point. The reality is that the county should not be approving any new development that relies solely upon non-renewable Denver Basin aquifer water. It's no longer acceptable. We've moved beyond that. I served on the first Douglas County Water Commission in 1986, 87, 88, and 89. We identified the very challenges that we're facing right now. The rest of the presentation in my letter relates to conditions, if you approve the water appeal, that should be considered. We're not there yet with reporting. I think Sterling Ranch brought up some very good issues with respect to what you have to do to prove that this plan works. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, sir.
My name is Jim Hamstra, Hamstra, 1630 Suncrest, Castle Rock. I'm a retired engineer. A lot of numbers have been bounced around here, but I'm going to try to turn this into numbers that are maybe more understandable. I sat and ran my own calculations on this when the lady over there started putting the numbers up. I said, oh, those are the numbers. So all right, here's what it comes down to. 0.2 acre feet per year for a house is roughly 5,400 gallons a month. Okay, that's the way most of us see the water bill. So I thought I'd start from there. Now, my house, normal month, indoor use, ignoring irrigation. My wife and I, 2 people, 2,000 gallons a month. All right, but guess what? Holidays come, or in the summer, and we have kids and grandkids there, it'll go to 5,000 a month or more. So the problem here is not the averages, because on average, the numbers there work. The problem is how much margin is there for variance, which is this the statistically precise term, or we could go to kurtosis and skew and all that, but I'll spare you all that. But I saw the average numbers for these other things, 0.16, 0.17. What nobody said was what's the variance. And variance is how much capacity you have to deal with surges in demand. Whether it's a fire truck pumping, or whether it's everybody's kids are home for the holidays, or whatever it is. And I see very little margin in here for surges in demand. So even assuming that the aquifer were to last, and assuming that the water rights were really worth more than they've turned out to be for Mexico and the Colorado River, there is not enough excess capacity in this system. I can tell that by looking at it without having to get better statistics. With better statistics, and there's other people here who know how to do these calculations. The whole fact that they're preaching averages and that they've got less than 20% margin over the average should tell you that this is a broken proposal. And that's basically all I'm going to say about that. I will say one other thing. As a former board member of Escavera, when this went from the city to the county, and I watched that whole process, I never received a mailing inviting me to a neighborhood meeting after this went to the county. So maybe all these people worked with all the neighborhood, but it wasn't with Escavera in the last 5 years.
Thank you, sir. Malcolm, welcome.
Hi. I've been here before, but not for years, and I'm a little nervous, and I haven't had much time to practice. I'm going to try to keep it very minimal and just probably reiterate a lot of other points. My background is paleontology, geology. I work with hydrogeologists and geologists. I cross-check everything I say. I just go to the professional papers. I listed many of them in my position paper here. I just follow the numbers. 55,000 wells tested, the best equipment, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So we're against this. This is the Franktown Citizens Coalition 2. You've heard my president speak. And I think when you cut the water supply by 3/4, you're asking for a huge increase in density. You make more money. Oh, isn't that wonderful? You're getting the complete use of your property. Well, let's see. Once I was bragging to a friend of mine in my paleontology society that I'm in the Upper Dawson Aquifer. And he said, yes, Malcolm. Dr. Lou Taylor, paleontologist at the Association's Denver Museum, Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, and many other organizations. Yes, Malcolm, but the showers you take likely fell on the backs of mammoths. There was a lot more water accumulating under our feet in the Pleistocene than there is now. And much of that is currently far older. Don't be too impressed when they say they're not going to touch those deeper aquifers. Those are multi-million-dollar wells, and the one at the bottom, which has most of the water, is very, very poisonous water. They had to build a $2 million treatment plant up in Bennett to be able to use that water. The Laramie Fox Hills, that was put down there when dinosaurs were wandering around on the earth. Here, let me just illustrate some things. Which of these am I talking about? I wasn't told to look at that. But I'll say probably, mostly, can you damage other areas? Lytle Water, by the way, does not have a lot of confidence in whether or not they're going to be able to make their supplementary water plan work. Lytle did a study in 2009 of an area up near an old grange off of Parker Road. It was going to be a large well, big straws, little straws, 400 gallons a day or 300,000 gallons a week. Well, this is one of the big ones. And nice concentric rings. I have a beautiful chart here, very dramatic. You go out 2 miles, this is a 6-mile area. It would have completely circumscribed one of the charts we saw earlier. You go out 2 miles, it goes down 50 feet a year. Lots of wells. You go out 1 mile, it's 100 feet. How deep do they think these aquifers are? And there's another chart that I supplied that you should read, and it shows you 17 years capped, 13 years capped, 22 years capped, a long list. The developer in that case told us there was no problem anywhere of any kind. Oh, yeah? Well, anyway, read my position paper and read the, I don't have time, so that's 3 minutes. Boy, does that go fast. Thank you for giving me that.
Would you mind having him give his name for the minutes, please?
Can you give your full name and spell it for the record for us? It's okay. We know you, but we just want to make sure it's on the record.
Malcolm W. Bedell, Jr., Malcolm Bedell.
Got it.
I live over in Bannockburn near Franktown.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm.
Okay, my name is John Murmack. Its last name is M-I-R-M-A-K. I live in Castle Rock. I've only been here 3 years. I have 45 years of being a plumber. I started when I got out of the service, and I worked all the way up until my retirement at 66. I used to live in Orange County, California, and they had wells. They got water from up north. They got water from the Colorado River, but they also had wells. They were sucking their wells so dry that seawater started coming back in. So the Water Department Sanitation District figured out the best thing to do would be to go ahead and reclaim the water, pump it back up the Santa Ana River and put settling ponds. And now Orange County Sanitation Water District is known in this country for being one of the best water districts. I visited the Castle Rock Water Treatment Plant Water District, and I was amazed at how effective it is, how efficient it is. And to duplicate the system just so a little island is going to be of 1,600 homes or whatever, it seems to make more sense for the city of Castle Rock to work with the developer to use Castle Rock's water system. They're going to double the size of it, and they're going to be able to handle it, and they will recycle it. And that's all I have to say. I just hope the city will work with the developer. I hope we can get this done so that it's not going to be a duplicate system of 2 sanitation districts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Burning Tree Ranch.
Yes, Tammy Denhart, 8177 Burning Tree Trail. I've been here a lot in the past.
Are you representing Burning Tree?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
Have retired from it.
Okay. I was going to give you 6 minutes, Tammy, but.
No, I don't need that.
Okay.
I could stand here and state my opinion on what I think about allowing such a large development to happen within the town of Castle Rock and not be beholden to rules, regs, services, and taxes of the town of Castle Rock. 1,800 homes, 600,000 square foot of industrial is not going to be a major hit to the water supply. So how many times has this same line been used to other approved developments? At what point in time will you stop actually using it? Every development built adds up against the supply, but no one is actually keeping score as to what is left. Probably when there is no more water to use, someone will actually take notice. I could list everything that goes on against the CMP, but it would only be my interpretations, and that's not what actually counts now, is it? At what point in time are you going to tell these people that their comments will have no bearing on the outcome? You listen to these comments because you have to, not because they will sway the already recommended outcome from staff and the Planning Commission. These things are pre-approved before they ever make it out here. This is just a formality, a chance for the developer to give their sales pitch to the audience after staff has gone through to make sure that it hits all the buttons with CMP, zoning, and other entities involved have made sure that it can't be refuted. You get 3 minutes, 6 minutes if you're an HOA or another entity. Developer basically has the floor, and you cannot refute anything that they say, even if it's wrong. There is no opportunity to do so. The CMP is about as useless as the paper it's written on. It's a book of interpretations, and the only interpretations that count are the counties. So all these approval standards are more or less whatever the county wants it to be. The CMP is whatever the county needs or wants it to be to back up their decisions. Zoning is changed to parallel the CMP and vice versa. What you allow is what will continue. What you keep allowing to happen will continue to happen until the system or process is stopped. Stapleton versus DIA, noise control and stuff. I won't go into those because there's not enough time for that. Once it is built, it's going to be very hard to get rid of. I absolutely have no confidence in this board's ability to make a decision that are thought out, informed, and appropriate for the community at large, and not just for the benefit of one or special interest group, particularly for the money, legacy, or etc. Just because the owner did not get what they wanted from the city or the town doesn't mean they can jump over to the county and get what they want from there. You cannot put an island in the middle of a municipality and expect it, no one is not going to have a problem with it. Thank you.
Additional citizen comment. And if you are planning to comment, if you want to just come forward and start lining up in the chairs up front, we'd appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Alex Kamm, that's K-A-M-M. I live in Castle Rock, and I'm here today in opposition of the Pine Canyon Development Plan, and especially the requested variance for water. I do believe it's important that we continue to responsibly develop the area. I was able to buy a house here because one was built, and I think that should be afforded to others. especially with regards to affordable housing and public transit access. I do commend the applicant for being forward-thinking on transit, but overall, I think the project is neither responsible nor sustainable long-term. I'm specifically worried about the supply of water, more so than the demand per dwelling on average, as they were discussing. With changing climates and increasing demand, the ability to rely on the applicant's requested 0.273 acre-feet of water, less than 36 of the county's normal standard, and even further below the city's standard is risky. In my opinion, it's imperative that the requirement per unit far exceed observed average household demand going forward. I don't see a valid reason why recycling water for use in irrigation would warrant reducing the county standard by 64%. From my understanding, the development is initially based on non-renewable water sources with the intent to develop a renewable source in the future. A promise to supply renewable water at an unknown later date is unacceptable to me when asking for an exception to a standard. Additionally, pulling from the aquifer that the rest of us are trying to use renewably, only to use it less efficiency, is to the detriment of all. I do believe the development and the community will be better served by meeting the city's guidelines and being a part of the city water system. Prospective homebuyers will not be able to readily understand they are purchasing properties whose water supply is made available on thinner margins than those of their neighbors. It's my belief that at 0.273 acre-feet, these dwellings will end up on city water within my lifetime. At which point these homeowners will be forced to pay out of pocket to hook up to city water. Meanwhile, the developer will be long gone, taking their savings and leaving Castle Rock behind. Residents of Castle Rock pay a variety of city services via taxes and fees. This development will add new strain to all of these systems. The developer should not be able to build houses whose values will benefit from these services while simultaneously avoiding paying into them. A sewage treatment plant doesn't really improve East Plum Creek Trail for me. In closing, the development should not be allowed to move forward as requested by the applicant. It's not the responsibility of everyone in Castle Rock to finance the corners the developer would like to cut. I would encourage the owners and prospective developers of the land to annex the land formally into Castle Rock and work with the community to develop it to our standards. Ultimately, Pine Canyon will be considered a part of Castle Rock, whether you do so or not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Jamison, Jamison is the last name spelling. And I really have appreciated the details regarding Pine Canyon development. And I've appreciated the arguments. And there's 2 points that I really want to make to go into an additional thought as you are deciding how to vote on this. First of all, I appreciate, as a citizen of Castle Rock, how my officials here in Castle Rock regularly make decisions to benefit the health, safety, and welfare of us all who live here. But my first point is this. You said, Mr. Walker, that you tried multiple times to work with the city of Castle Rock. Their continual no caused you to seek to bypass them, those who have a vested interest in my welfare, with a detailed knowledge of Castle Rock needs, and go to the county. This tells me that you've elevated your needs with this development over and above the citizens. Therefore, not meeting 1808A.07.1. And then my second point is this: as from personal experience, I have a well. Aquifers are depleting. That's known. There's no doubt about it. And I can tell you this directly affects landowners and their welfare. And we see it first, then the developments will see it and the people. So please vote no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Jess Strege. That's S-T-R-E-G-E. Like many other people in here, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado. I've been working in the transportation industry for nearly a decade, including some time in development review. So I've been over there, and I'm sorry. Before I give my testimony, I want to clarify that I'm not what you would call a NIMBY. I understand the need for higher density development for both reducing housing costs and supporting transit. I generally support high density development and would absolutely support this project if it were annexed into the town.
I think a lot of the comments from the town's traffic engineers on the traffic impact analysis are valid. I also think that the impacts from the development are not fully captured by the TIA, and that one-time improvements to a handful of intersections are not enough to fully account for the long-term impacts that the traffic from this development will have on Castle Rock roads. The only fair solution is for this development to be annexed into the town and contribute to town infrastructure taxes. There's been a lot of talk today about mobility hubs. I love mobility hubs as much as the next guy. I've designed a lot of multimodal facilities myself, and I'm passionate about transit. But I hate when these terms are used to greenwash developments. I take issue with calling the area multimodal simply because it has a freight train running through it. And I think assuming that the Mustang or the Front Range passenger rail will operate out of some random development rather than the larger draws such as the outlets or downtown is just wishful thinking. In fact, much of this development plan includes a lot of wishful thinking. Efficient water plans are great. But we need to be realistic and prepare for climate change and lower aquifer levels and wildfires. This is what factors of safety are for. It is simply wishful thinking to assume that this project will have no lasting negative impacts on the town. And when the fallout of all this wishful thinking hits, it will be Castle Rock residents and the future residents of Pine Canyon that are paying the price, while the developer sits on a beach somewhere enjoying his extra cash. Please don't make us pay for their greed. Please deny this appeal and let the land be developed in a responsible manner. We're just asking that they follow the same standards as everyone else in town. Castle Rock is an amazing town, and we love living here because of the responsible development. Please help us keep it that way. Please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Additional comment?
Hi, my name is Amanda Lomena, Lomena, and I live in the Woodlands. Okay, so you said that the land is not currently being used, but the wildlife uses it every day, surrounded by hundreds of trees, or by thousands of trees that are hundreds years old. Bears, deer, rabbits, coyotes, porcupines, squirrels, foxes, bobcats, mountain lions, countless breeds of birds, etc. Where will they go? We see all these creatures regularly, and it enhances the lives of us all. They're all getting less and less land with each development, and soon we'll have no place to go. 530 acres where they exist and travel, gone, for an overcrammed development which is not needed. I moved to the Woodlands for the beauty and proximity to nature. I can't imagine a neighborhood where the only wildlife my family sees is roadkill. Just because you have a piece of land, do you have to put a home on it? I understand this is your land, and you would like to develop on it. If you were developing with homes that weren't on top of each other like Escavera, with more space for animals to roam freely, I might be more open to it. I also live on Saddleback and have never heard from these developers, and find the comments that they reached out to us to be incredibly misleading and indicative of their intent. Please, I implore you that there are more important things to consider than money, such as the beauty of nature, woodland animals, and the land that they exist on. This is one of the last areas in town that they can live on, surrounded by glorious pines. I guess to quote Dr. Seuss, I speak for the trees. So since you represent us and not the developers, please vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Sarah Futa, F-U-T-A. I'm a Castle Rock resident of 21 years, and I also am in leadership with Raptors Athletics. I am in favor of this development. I feel like a lot of the opposition, whether it's water or Castle Rock or the county, obviously in the timeline, a lot of that has been addressed already, but what I appreciate about what they're proposing is having open space, providing amenities that our town needs that we're lacking right now, in addition to obviously additional housing. I hear a lot of people complain about the growth happening in Castle Rock, but it's pretty inevitable. We have a major highway that runs through our town, and growth has been part of this, town's plan as long as I've lived here. And so I think what I appreciate about the space is I do think it's thoughtful. I do think the water plan is progressive. I've seen it through just in my friends and stuff that live over in Independence and how that works, that it works really well. And I think they've been really creative on how to handle that. But a big part for us is as well providing the fields for our youth. And it's the first time we've had a development in this area talk to us about that and include that bigger picture for the youth in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Additional citizen comment? And as you're coming up, let me just pause and take a temperature check of the room and my board. How many citizens intend to provide testimony yet tonight? If you want to raise your hand. Okay, thanks so much.
Hi, my name's Sierra Gallagher, Gallagher. Wow, this is very intimidating when majority is opposed and considering we're not all experts. But I live in Castle Pines and I'm here today to express my support for the Pine Canyon development. As a young professional in the real estate field, I understand the importance of thoughtfully planned developments like Pine Canyon, which will also positively impact our community in several key ways. First, attainable housing. Pine Canyon will provide much-needed housing options that are accessible to a broader range of people, including those just starting their careers and young people who wish to remain in the communities where they were raised. Secondly, workforce housing. The development will offer homes specifically designed for our local workforce, making it easier for employees to live near their jobs and reducing commuting stress and traffic impacts. And lastly, community amenities. Pine Canyon's amenities, including ball fields, athletic fields, and an elementary school, will enhance the quality of life for residents and provide space for young families and individuals to gather, play, and thrive. As someone in the real estate industry, I recognize that developments like Pine Canyon are vital to ensuring our community continues to grow sustainably and thoughtfully. I am excited about Pine Canyon's potential to contribute to our community's growth and vitality, and I fully support the project moving forward. Thank you for considering my perspective.
Thank you for your time. Additional citizen comment?
Hi, my name's Faith Snyder. Do you want me to spell it too?
Sure, if you could.
SNYDER. And I live in Douglas County, and I just wanted to voice my support for the Pine Canyon development. As a young adult, I think building space for people of my age group and around there is very important. And I mean this with no offense, but you can look around the room and you don't see very many people from my generation or even the generation before me. And as a young adult and small business owner myself, I looked into opening my business in Douglas County and had to decide to open it elsewhere due to the lack of age diversity and lack of new growth. As I look around the room, I don't see people who want the community of Douglas County to have opportunities and change and growth. You don't see people who are going to create new businesses and start new jobs. I see one age group that has hopefully lived beautiful lives, but that doesn't want to change, understandably so. But I ask you to think not about right now, but about how beneficial it will be to future generations. As a voice for my age group, I think this development would be an amazing opportunity for young adults like myself to help add new life to this community and would add so much value to the area. Also, this family has done so much to benefit Douglas County, including using some of their land to create 2 neighborhoods, as well as Douglas County High School that we could now not imagine living without. I'm sure there was pushback when those were created, but those are both great examples of how this development will positively impact the community in the future. Also, to speak on someone saying that everyone just says no to the walkers, I think that's wrong. Let's take away Douglas County High School and that gentleman who had the 6-year-old who doesn't know where she's going to go to school. Well, where would she go to high school? Or how about all the students who presently go to high school? We can't imagine life without that now. And that's thanks to the Walker family. And I think that to the family's point, they have listened to the community and they added ball fields and amenities that they don't have to, but they want to. Everyone is talking so big about community. Well, what about the Walker family? They're arguably one of the biggest pillars of community and have expanded some of the most beneficial parts of Douglas County. Why not allow people who have helped us all and given back to their community so much to continue to do so? I urge you to look past the possible minor inconveniences and think about providing for the generations to come. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for
And
being
thank
here.
you for listening. It's a lot of
course.
words.
Is there additional citizen comment?
My name is Stuart Bailey. I live on Saddleback Drive. Last name is spelled B-A-I-L-E-Y. My home abuts the development. But if I use that to oppose this plan, that would be very selfish of me. You've heard from people, from experts in water management and also in transportation, and both of them are presenting views where they either oppose or approve. So obviously there's a lot of figure manipulation in this, the same way our political parties are doing that. One thing that I am fearful of is that if this proposal goes forward and this changes in water usage are allowed and these homes are built, what's going to happen in 30 or 40 years when we don't have that water? Because this water is not renewable. Water is something that can't be renewed. I mean, I shouldn't say it can't be renewed, but it's just precious. We can't create more. We can use more effective ways of creating electrical power. We can produce more food efficiently. We can't produce water. We only have a set amount of water. So what's going to happen in 30 or 40 years when these homes are not going to be sustainable anymore? We're just going to rip pull the rug out from under them, and what are they going to live or live on? What are they going to do for water? So I ask that you would oppose this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Additional citizen comment?
Hello, my name is Eric Clemmer. Clemmer is K-L-E-M-M-E-R. I'm a young professional who recently graduated with a master's degree from CU Boulder. I currently live at home with my parents in Castle Rock, and like many others in my position, I am eager to establish roots in this community by purchasing my first home. However, the housing market current state makes this goal increasingly difficult to achieve. The average home in Castle Rock is approximately $750,000. This translates into saving at least 5%, around $40,000, just for the down payment, not to mention monthly mortgage payments ranging between $3,000 to $4,000. These figures are daunting for a young individual and highlight the unstable nature for the current market for young professionals who are just beginning their careers. This is why I strongly support the Pine Canyon development. This project represents a balanced approach to addressing our community's housing challenges. By offering diverse housing options, Pine Canyon allows individuals like myself to realistically consider homeownership in Castle Rock. The thoughtful integration of this development into existing topography shows respect for the natural environment while still meeting the needs of the growing population. Supporting the Pine Canyon development is not just about adding more homes, it's about investing in Douglas County's future. By fostering economic growth and creating attainable housing options, you support the next generation of residents and professionals who will contribute to the community's vitality and diversity. I encourage you to approve the Pine Canyon development. In doing so, you will take a meaningful step towards balancing the housing market and supporting the future of Castle Rock's young professionals. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Additional citizen comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Guinevere Snyder. I'm a Colorado native, a resident of Castle Pines. It is quite intimidating, I'm going to say, and how you listen to this all day is crazy. Thank you for letting us be here. It's been incredible to hear both sides. Wow, has this family been through it? They have been working on this for over 20 years. None of it to me seems low cost or ill thought of at all. I firmly believe in the importance of thoughtful development that enhances our surroundings. while meeting the needs of a growing population, which we do have. I believe the Pine Canyon project has this goal in this heart. I don't believe for 1 second they're trying to harm anyone, pull something over, or that they're motivated by greed. I think after you've heard this family, you would agree with me. If they've been working on this since 2003 with Castle Pines, and then they were strung along for years and forced to come to Douglas County, now they're being ping-ponged back to Castle Pines. I hope at some point we can figure out where they're meant to be, because it seems like they have been accommodating and trying to work through what's best for the people, and they have been the ones that have been rejected and kicked in the teeth, and I mean, a million experts saying how everything is wrong. So there's got to be something right, or they're just so completely determined that we have to hear them. The Pine Canyon project represents an approach to revitalize underutilized land that they own, that's been in their family for 5 generations, that they've contributed to all of us who live here. No one in this room together could probably combine and say, wow, we've given back that much. They're doing it in a way that does in line with the character of community that will stimulate economic growth, employment opportunities, and attracting new businesses. So I urge you to work with them and figure out a way to help us to get this for everyone to benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being here. Additional citizen comment. Mr. Corliss.
Lance, is it possible to toggle back to the water appeal? Matt? Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. David Corliss, Castle Rock Town Manager. Thanks for this opportunity to provide brief comments. Commissioner Layden and Commissioner Thomas, you're going to be deciding here in a few minutes, a few hours, what is the most important, consequential water and land use decision to impact Castle Rock, I think this decade, if not several decades. I think the applicant and the town agree on a lot of things. One thing we clearly agree on is the importance of legacy. Legacy should be honored, including the Walker family legacy. I think Castle Rock and the county are doing a good job honoring the legacy of Philip Miller, the Metzler family. Clearly that needs to include the Walker and Scott families. But Commissioners, there's other legacies. There's the legacies that elected officials leave to current and future residents of the communities they have been privileged to serve. Legacy means looking out for future generations of residents and property owners, those not yet here, children, grandchildren. Unfortunately, but not unavoidably, the legacy proposed for the unincorporated Pine Canyon development is devastating for the Castle Rock community. It's in clear violation of the county's water and land use criteria. Looking at your criteria, just substitute the word avoiding or ignoring long-term renewable water supply will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. Obviously, their turning back on a renewable water supply is really kind of a kick in the gut to what Castle Rock has been doing and what all of the other public water suppliers in Douglas County have been doing, trying to preserve a long-term legacy. We believe the county is going to be prosperous, not just for this decade, not just for this development, but for years to come, decades to come. Pine Canyon's water appeal is a rejection of renewable water and a rejection of that long-term legacy, short-term thinking rather than long-term renewable water. Additionally, how can building an unneeded sewer treatment plant in the middle of a prosperous community be a legacy the county commission can take pride in? I've heard engineers talk about, because there's been a couple of them, that have said they don't smell. That's not been the experience of a city manager for the past 38 years. They do create odor problems. There's a reason why these are just a few hundred yards away from the Meadows community, as opposed to being up with the other residences. It doesn't need to be. There's a perfectly good wastewater treatment plant a mile away. I've also heard commissioners talk about not growing government. Why are we growing another water and sanitation district when that's unneeded? I've heard county commissioners talk about the importance of avoiding unnecessary metropolitan district debt. There'll be metro district debt to build the water treatment plant, to build the sewage treatment plant, to bring one water line come up, another purple water line come up, and then there's going to be Metro District debt again when those systems don't appropriately perform, or when somebody says, you know, we really need to move toward a renewable water supply system.
And Mr. Corliss, you're a friend and a colleague, but if you can wrap up for us, we'd appreciate it. Okay.
Traffic study's bad too. For all of the reasons that we have put forward in all of the information that we have provided, Mark's letter, the letter that's come from our Development Services Department, we respectfully, we like to stay in our own lanes, but we respectfully urge you to reject the water appeal and also to deny the rezoning. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you for being here. Additional citizen comment in the room? Any additional citizen comment in the room? Okay, let me ask Troy, is there any citizen comment online?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I do have online comment. We're going to start with, and I do apologize if I don't have the name right, Kameli Lopez? Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Hello, just testing to see if you guys can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kameli Lopez, L-E-S, and I live in the Castle Rock area. I'm here today to express my support for the Pine Canyon development. As a young professional, I see the parallels between this development and the agricultural roots of Douglas County. Our county was once dominated by rural land and farms, where growth was measured by the seeds planted and the crops that were nurtured to flourish. In many ways, development is like farming. It requires careful planning, investment, and a commitment to fostering growth over time. Just as farmers invest in their land, the Board of County Commissioners have made strategic investments that have allowed Douglas County and its communities to thrive. These investments have transformed rural land into vibrant neighborhoods, providing opportunities for businesses and residents alike to flourish. Pine Canyon is the next step in this tradition of beneficial growth for today and the future generations to come. By supporting Pine Canyon, you are continuing to plant the seeds for the future, ensuring that our community remains a place where people can live, work, play, and prosper. This development will not only provide much-needed housing for our local workforce, but also strengthen our local economy and enhance the quality of life for all residents. I urge you to continue fostering investments in our community by supporting the Pine Canyon development. Let's keep growing together. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us. Additional online comment?
Yes, sir. Now I have Alexandra Burns. You are unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, as stated before, my name is Alexandra Burns. Last name is spelled as B as in boy, U-R-N-S. I live in Terrain, which is directly across from the proposed development. I pass this daily. If I want to get out of the neighborhood, I have to look at it. This land is very important to us. It's always been, I know it's not ours, but it's always been a pillar of joy and peace when the world seems bleak and change unrelenting. It's always been a staple of tranquility. We love seeing all of the wildlife that's there. It's been, someone else spoke about it before, but I don't think it's been touched on enough that there is lots of wildlife that live on this land. Not just the cows. There is foxes, tons of birds. There's a wild turkey herd that comes to that land every year. A confirmed bear. I have seen the bear as recently as last year. I don't know if there's more bears, but I definitely have seen at least one brown bear. I don't know about more, but there's definitely, I've seen foxes in my neighborhood. There's, the local deer that take refuge over in that area. They use that land as refuge from all of it's a great place for them to, settle down and not have to worry about being, run over. So I'm very concerned about where they will go. I mean, as more and more development, occurs, the less place that they have to go. And, Colorado is known for its wildlife and keeps decreasing in this town. The second thing is I would like to bring up that, there has been several people that have supported this development and said that it would bring more affordable housing. No one has mentioned the prices of these houses. The developers have not mentioned any sort of pricing. In fact, in one of their, in their theme, they looked like mansions, which I imagine would price at least $2 million, if not more. And the other thing is that we haven't been in terrain. We haven't been approached by the Pine Canyon development either. I didn't even know that they met last year, but we haven't been approached by it at all. And if you would like to develop it, and if you want to contribute to the community, develop trails. And you don't have to add housing. That doesn't require any water. So that was just a suggestion of trails and parks, but not housing. So thank you. I would like to just ask that you vote no on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Additional online comment.
Yes, sir. I have Britt Ostronsky. You are unmuted. Go ahead.
And staff, yes, my name is Britt Ostransky. It's Ostransky. I know I definitely have to spell that one. I'm a Douglas County resident. I'm a realtor and homeowner, and we've been here for about 6 years. We moved here with the desire to start a family and now have 2 little girls, and we're beyond blessed by this community. I want the same opportunity for other young couples and other young families like ours, and that's why I'm in support of this project. We're in a housing shortage across the U.S. Inventory is a major issue across Douglas County, and you can ask many of my clients who want to move there. With our home alongside almost all of our neighbors, we have refinanced in the last couple of years. We're looking at 30-year refis with some of the lowest interest rates, and people are refusing to move, many of our neighbors as well. New homeowners are looking at other options because they're currently running out. In June, the U.S. housing shortage hit 4.5 million homes. We want Douglas County to continue to grow and thrive. We want to continue to be a top county in the state and also in the nation, and building homes would alleviate some of this need for new housing. But the piece that we need to be asking is why this specific piece of land. This site is perfect for building houses because of its prime location for our students and families. Walkability and close proximity to schools is the #1 priority for families with kids, as well as young families who want to grow a family for all grade levels. This has been a huge issue for Douglas County in the past, as we've had tons of bus driver shortages, as well as consolidation of bus routes or even canceling bus routes. With enrollment at Douglas County High School also being lower than most of the high schools, we need accessible and walkability for families and students. Douglas County is one of the top school districts in the state, and many families want to move their kids or have their grandkids in the school system. As a mom, housing and education need to be our top priorities. They're the heartbeat of a growing community, and we want landowners who care about the integrity of their property, the use, and the families who will live there. I believe this family is. We need homes close to established schools and spaces to build new homes close to established infrastructure to keep enrollment steady in our schools, and a desire for good teachers to work and live while also not putting strains on already established problems like bus shortages. Our community will continue to grow, and we need to prioritize housing, great education, and thoughtful growth for our community.
Thank you for that comment. Any additional online comment?
Yes, sir. I have Sonia Roby. Sonia, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Roby, R-O-B-I-E. I first moved to Castle Rock in the 90s as a child, and now I live here again, raising my own children. I'm in the Red Hawk neighborhood, in close proximity to the proposed water treatment facility and quote-unquote mobility hub, which I understand to be a transit hub. No one reached out to me to ask about the impact to my neighborhood or family with this proposed development. I do not support the Pine Canyon development. And over the years, I would say that as we've watched all of the growth all around Castle Rock, all around Douglas County, what we hear is that the development rights and the zoning for these properties was settled a long time ago in the 80s and the 90s, maybe back to the 50s or the 60s. But in this instance, this Board of Commissioners has an opportunity today to vote for smart growth. I really appreciate all of the experts that have testified this afternoon and this evening about the problems with the proposed water plan. And so I would urge the commissioners to make a vote for smart growth by denying this water appeal and rezoning until this plan can be developed in conjunction with the town of Castle Rock, relying on renewable water, relying on existing water treatment facilities rather than building a new unneeded one right in between the highway and the train tracks there, and trying to put a transit hub in a place where it's not necessarily going to be very accessible for the majority of residents in Castle Rock. And I say that as someone who commutes downtown to Denver on the light rail. I do not believe this is the right place for this sort of transit hub. Again, I thank you for your time this evening. I was actually with you in person earlier this afternoon, but did have to come home to my children. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Additional citizen comment?
Yes, next in line would be Chris Banta. Chris, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
That's B as in boy, ANTA. And at the beginning of the developer's presentation, they emphasized that the land, its rich history of ranching, and how much the current ranching family loves this land and seeks to ensure good stewardship of this land. They use several grandiose $5 works and graphics to evoke and paint pictures of a beautiful flowing resculpturing of this land. But what I'm really seeing and what we're looking at is, another 1,800 homes and industrial development. And that's going to further deplete the water supply. And we've heard, several people talk about that. I don't need to be that horse. But I can't really trust, a rancher who feels that placing all these homes and removing agricultural land, something that's across the U.S. quickly being depleted, is a respectful use of this land. We heard about the wildlife. Just yesterday, I saw a huge family of turkeys, and it's been really great to see that. They've also indicated this setting aside of land for the mobility hub, and it sounds nice, but really for the community, it's a decrease in safety. We see currently many people come down to the community in stolen vehicles, they perform crime, and they drive back. And around these transit hubs, you see increases in that crime as it makes it easier for people to come down. It's not something this town wants, and we've heard from the mayor as well, that these mobility hubs have been denied by the town previously. And this town, it's a place I'm proud to call my home. I may not be thrilled by all the development that has gone on, but I do respect the landowner's rights. But what I don't respect is the lack of integrity and kind of the bluffing that's been going on for this. It seems like what I've heard, the only supporters of this project are those directly getting a check from developers, realtors, or those who've been bought out with a vague proposal or promise of a ball field. I don't believe I've seen a firm commitment to that ball field either. So I please ask you to reject this proposal.
Thank you so much for that testimony. Additional online comment?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm doing one last check, and I see no additional online comment.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comment. It's about 7:45. As we shared with you about 5 hours ago when we began our hearing, that we would provide the opportunity at our 9:16 hearing to continue deliberations. The intent of that is for the applicant to respond. The board will ask questions of the applicant and deliberate, and hopefully render a decision at that time. Appreciate everyone for spending their time with us here this evening. I just want to say, taking my commissioner hat off and speaking to you as a fellow citizen, I am so blessed and honored and impressed by my fellow citizens in Douglas County, for regardless of where you are on this issue, that you have invested your time and your expertise and your intellect just to be here with us tonight and share your perspective. I think we have really phenomenal staff that have served well, our county manager, our fellow board members. And then, of course, our colleagues over at Town of Castle Rock who've spent their evening with us as well. I also want to thank the Walker family, obviously a legacy family, multi-generation as I am, and your time here with us is valued as well. Thank you, everyone. We will adjourn again to 9:16 at 10 a.m., and we are adjourned.
Could I say a few comments, please?
Sure.
Sure, thank you. I too would like to thank everybody. You all, many people were here at 2 o'clock, and we didn't get started till almost 3 o'clock, so thank you for sitting here and watching the process, because there are a lot of regulations in place that need to be followed, and that's what I've been taking notes on. So just know that I've got lots of notes I've been reading. I've been reading everything, because this is a big decision. I have great respect. The mayor back there from Castle Rock, he always answers when I need to talk to him about something. Dave Corliss, Mark Marlowe, Desi was here earlier, Laura Cavey. They all are good partners with us. The Walker family has been here for years. My family's only been here since 1892. So my great-grandparents were born in Colorado. So I understand legacy ranches, legacies as well. And I often tell people when I'm here that this is a balancing act, that we need to balance private property rights with the regulations. And that's what we are here to talk about. And so I look forward to seeing everybody. Is it 10 or 10:30?
I have September 16th at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay, good. 10 a.m. I hope all of the team are here. Citizens are welcome to come back, listen online, to hear the conversation. The applicant is going to get up. They've been writing notes about everything you said. So they are going to respond to the comments that were heard, and then the board will deliberate. So thank you for being here again.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas, and thank you again, everyone. Good night.